All right. We are live. Welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the 2025 Tsunami Pro live stream watch along party. How's everybody doing? I'm going to let a few people join into the chat. I'm going to check everything to make sure that my live stream is working. You guys get in the chat. Let me know if everything's sounding good. Let me know if everything's looking good. Let me know who you guys got taking home the win here at the France Pro. This is going to be a very, very exciting show, ladies and gentlemen. The first qualifier for the 2026 Mr. Olympia. So this is a big one. There's a lot of strategy that goes behind this show in particular. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the competitors. I am going to be referencing some of the posts that were made by some of the competitors. Going to look at Muscle Insight HQ. Shout out to Muscle Insight HQ. Some of the best coverage on Instagram. Everything nice, neat, and organized in one place for everybody to find out exactly what's going to be happening leading up to the show. Encourage you guys to go and buy the live stream. I will be showing you guys some screen captures of the stream, but I'm not going to be showing the stream as always, you guys. It's important for us to support bodybuilding, okay? It's important for us to buy the stream. It's important for us to make sure that we are giving back to the sport that we all love so much. I mean, this is a business at the end of the day. Fairly reasonable price, I have to say, when it comes to this live stream as well. I did catch some of the stream before they actually went offline. They'll be coming back on soon, I'm assuming. And it actually sounded pretty good. No, it actually sounded pretty good. It looked pretty good too. So I think that we're in for a good one today, ladies and gents. Just going to check my stream again. Not seeing anything as of yet, but we will certainly get there. I have no doubt of that. Get your vote in on the official poll. Who will win the 2025 Tsunami France Pro? A few people that have been voting already. Appreciate you guys very much. We're seeing some regulars in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Connie Alvarez? What's up, Jason Ellis? How you guys doing? Good to see you guys. Glad you guys are here. This is going to be a really, really good show. So we'll start going through some of these competitors here very shortly. Connie Alvarez has Quinton, James, and then Hassan. You know, I'm kind of struggling with who I think is going to take this one home. You got Quint Beastwood, right? And we'll get into it some more. But, you know, we got Quint Beastwood coming in for his 5th show of the season, ladies and gentlemen. 5th show. I mean, that is no joke. The most that he's ever done in a competitive season. Anybody know? I wasn't overly surprised when I saw how many shows previously he's done, like in one season. 2. Quint Beastwood has done 2 shows in one season. That is the most he's ever done. To go and do 5, his 5th show. And there was quite a spread between shows as well. I mean, the first couple, they were very close to each other, and, you know, the Italy and the Europa. But you got to remember, in between the Texas and in between the Italy, Quint Beastwood went to train for, what, almost 3 weeks? With our current Mr. Olympia, Samson Dauda. And you guys, Samson trains like an animal. Quint Beastwood was put through the ringer halfway through this season and still was pushing to bring his best. I mean, look, it would motivate the hell out of a competitor to go and train with the current Mr. Olympia, stay at his house, train in his personal gym, do what he does. I mean, it's the opportunity of a lifetime for a competitor, right? If you're not going to improve after that, frankly, you're never going to. And he was improved. He was improved when he hit the stage at the Europa, without question. He was definitely improved. Italy was better. Europa, I thought, was pretty good. There's no stream. There is actually a stream. There is indeed a stream. They put it up last minute, but there is indeed a stream for this show. So, I was watching it earlier, and right now they're offline. They'll be coming back online here shortly. Let's start looking at some of these competitors. I'm going to get to the chat first, and then we'll start seeing exactly what some of these guys are looking like. Very, very close to stage time. There was some updates from Stephane Matala, which is going to be an interesting one as well. We'll talk about him and his current situations, parting ways with his coach. Only days out from the show. Nobody would have thought that. Okay. Connie Alvarez, too bad for Lewis Breed. Really wanted to see him in this lineup. Man, I am gutted. Absolutely gutted that Lewis Breed is not going to be in this show. This was the one for Lewis. This was going to be the show that he really stood out this season, you know? Lewis Breed, unfortunately, falling sick and just couldn't bounce back. I'm telling you, I was talking to Lewis and he told me that just he wasn't going to be able to bring what he wanted to the stage. So he couldn't do it. You know, he just couldn't do it. It's too bad because standing next to guys like Hassan Mostafa in this lineup, standing next to guys, you know, like James Hollingshead, Lewis being more comparable with competitors like that, being more on the mass monster side of things rather than all of the aesthetic guys that he just had to stand next to in the last two shows that he did. This was going to be the show for him. But we will see him compete. He did confirm with me as well. Lewis Breed will be competing at the UK show after the Olympia. So we can all look forward to that. Connie Alvarez previously had Quinton, Lewis, and James. Yeah, I had Lewis pretty high up there battling with James. At the end of the day, you guys, I do think that it's probably going to be Quint Beastwood that takes this one home. You know, I think that he's very difficult to stand next to for anybody. But I mean, if anybody's going to be able to do it, I think it'll be very close between Quinton and James. We do have the wild card Hassan Mostafa, but he has been posting some updates. We will look at those shortly as well. Let's just say I'm not overly encouraged at this point, but I'll let you guys let me know what you think once we start looking at this as well, right? We'll see what we think of Hassan Mostafa. Serious wild card in pretty much any show that he does in pretty much any lineup. You know, this guy puts it together. Everybody says dangerous. Goes BC. Hassan lucky if he can even end up in the top 5. This man gained another 20 pounds, and for what? He needed to lose weight and not gain it. You're absolutely right, as far as I'm concerned. Ron Harris recently did an interview with Hassan Mostafa, and he did say that he gained 20 additional pounds. Unbelievable, okay? This guy didn't need to gain 20 pounds. Black Patron, I see you, bro. What's going on? Thank you for being here, as always. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Really looking forward to this stream, you guys. There is a live stream that is happening for this show. I will put the link in the chat for you guys. Let me see if I can find it. I actually purchased the stream already. They'll be coming back online here very soon. Let me see if I can find it. Canadian Physique Alliance. It's actually, this is a Two Bros Pro event, which is put on by one of the guys that's actually Canadian. His name is Ron Hash. They did put together a live stream last minute, which is great, you know, which is great. Let me see if I can find the link. Let's see if I can get this on the go for you guys. It was difficult to find the link. I will say that, you know, they don't have it easily accessible. But Two Bros Pro has a bit of a reputation, to say the least. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's see, browse. So let me see if this is going to work for you guys. I don't think this has me signed in. Yeah, this does have me signed in. Okay. Let's see. Let me know if this link works for you guys, if you can actually find it. I'll put that in the chat. See if that works. Yeah, I think this one is worth buying. You know, I think this one is worth buying. Like I said, the first qualifier for 2026, I think it's going to be a good one. So far, 58% after 102 votes have Quint Beastwood taking home the win. I think that's what you're going to see at this show. Surprised more people have Stephane Matala placing so highly so far. I'm very surprised. I tell you what, let's get into it a bit, shall we? Let's take a look at some of these competitors. I think it's time. Right. So, we do have a full list of competitors. Not an overly long show either, you guys. You know, one of the things that's really nice about this show, 3 categories, you know, 3 categories. One of them being classic. No big names in classic, but, you know, I think it makes a difference for us actually viewing the show, and for those who are actually at the show too. You know, makes a big difference. Yeah, makes a big difference. Should be about 20 minutes, and we should see the stream come online. They did go offline, but they will be starting pretty soon. And you guys are watching along at home, let me know. But yeah, nothing yet. Oh, nothing yet. Anyway, let's look at some of these competitors, shall we? I'm going to let you guys decide. Where do you guys want to go first? Shout out to Muscle Insight again. Muscle Insight HQ. Excellent Instagram channel. Recently actually ended up getting a sponsorship from Hostile Supplements. So congratulations. You know, it's a page made purely out of the passion for bodybuilding. I always love seeing that. I've had some chats with the owner of the channel, a good number of chats. We go back and forth all the time, just talking bodybuilding, you know? So I encourage you guys to go over and follow their page on Instagram. Where do we want to go first? First competitor. James is a very big dude, hyped. Well, I tell you what. Go with James. James Hollingshead. Man, I am really looking forward to seeing what James Hollingshead looks like when he steps on that stage. I will tell you guys right now, you can see I was having a chat with Muscle Insight there. Take a look at what James is looking like right now. Latest update from James. And this hasn't posted anything extremely recent, but this one I was looking at just a couple of days ago. I was very, very impressed with this update in particular. And this guy is looking like he is... Oh, wait, no, this wasn't the one. Where was the one that James had? Just had a single bit. Anyway, he's been in condition for quite some time. It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. James has been in condition and looking fantastic. Coming in at his best here, I feel. I think he's looking round. I think he's looking bubbly. I think he has, like I said, had this conditioning for quite some time. Very impressive version of James Hollingshead. Hollingshead and Chris Tuttle. Tory Hill. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I am hearing that it is Chris Tuttle. Recently did a episode of the Bodybuilding Breakdown with AJ Kelly Robert and Ron Harris. AJ did confirm that he has heard himself that it is Chris Tuttle. White Ferguson says, I am excited for the show and the opening Quint Beastwood can pull off the win. Thanks for showing the screen. Hey, happy to show a few screenshots, you guys. Again, I encourage all you guys to go and get the live stream for yourself. I will show some screenshots, but you guys, like I was saying before, it is important for us to really support bodybuilding, okay? It's very important. Now, if you can't afford the stream, I'll have some screenshots for you guys, and we can discuss it. You know, it's going to be a really good show. What's going on, Carnivore Muscle? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, me showing the screen, you guys, means my channel gets banned, all right? Nobody, and that's not good for anybody. That's not good for anybody. This was a good one from James not too long ago. And like I said, this is the condition that we've seen James Hollingshead in for quite some time, okay? This is what we've been seeing from James. Looking fantastic. I mean, come on. This is an excellent version of James Hollingshead, without question. Will it be enough to defeat Quint Beastwood? You guys let me know what you think. How do you get the live for yourselves? Here, I'll post the link again for you guys. I believe that's the working link. Charlie471000 says, trained at Harold's gym some years ago. Hollingshead here on the Unpersonage floor. I did my best. Now, look, James is looking ridiculous, man. You know, James is looking ridiculous. There's no getting around it. I'm really, really excited to see how he's going to look. Just a genuine good dude, you know, and I just want to see him do well. Also a former Olympian. So, I mean, you can't count him out. But, I mean, this was one of the things for me, okay? Size in the lower body, I think, definitely does need to come up for James from the back, you know. But the conditioning factor in the traps alone, guys, that is really, really very impressive. I mean, take a look. You can see striations through the traps, okay? James is in condition. He is going to be in condition. I am very, very impressed with what I'm seeing here. What about you guys? What do you think? Is this the best James Hollingshead so far that we could see? It's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. Black Patron says abs and lower back is what matters from James. Yeah, the abs are always what's in question with James. If James could really dial in those abs, I mean, this guy would be... It would take him to the next level. You know, it would take him to the next level. Unfortunately for James, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I do think that the abs are going to be improved. Maybe not the abs, but I feel like James's midsection is going to look better because I think that he's a little bit wider across the shoulders. I think the arms have a bit more roundness, and hopefully those quads, you know, have a bit more sweep to them. One nice thing with James is that he does have really round quads, you know, from the hip tie-in right down to the knee. Very, very round. Where Quint Beastwood has more kind of straight up and down, you know, quad sweep. He just doesn't have enough development yet. But, yeah, that's one thing that James could have over Quint Beastwood. And he might be able to edge him out in conditioning, too. This is Quint Beastwood's 5th show. All right? 5th. It's a lot of shows in one season for a guy that typically does 2. And traveling overseas, doing 2 shows overseas, coming back to Canada, and then heading back again to another country. A lot of variables, you know, a lot of variables. Before I move on from James, I'll check a couple of comments here. Any guess on how long till Open starts? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure. But like I said, there's only 3 categories in this show, so I don't think that we'll have to wait too long. Black Patron says, I honestly feel like in the past, James has chased size and fullness too much. It's no wonder his lower back and abs have looked so shallow in the past. I think, yeah, I'm not really sure. Look, James has always gone for steady progression, and I said it on the podcast that I did with Ron Harris. I was recently on an episode of the Meathead podcast, which is Ron Harris's podcast. James has a pursuit of knowledge in bodybuilding. You know, he is a bodybuilder's bodybuilder. He loves what he's doing. So he goes to different coaches to gain more knowledge. You know, he's always very involved when it comes to his own prep. I thought when he was with Boss of Outlaw that was going to be it. But that's not the case. No, that's not the case. 1900, yeah, the show starts at 1900 France time. Loho, EP, good fucking morning, goddamn it, 5%. Shout out to Rich Piana. I was a big fan back in the day. What's up, Loho? How's it going, man? Thanks for being here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. James has a great coach, the guy from AMA. Yeah, Chris Tuttle. Yeah. All right, let's I think I just closed the chat. 1 second. Did I? No, I didn't. Haha. Okay. Let's continue on here. We will go back to our list courtesy of Muscle Insight HQ. Where do we go next? Let's go to Stephane Matala. Stephane Matala with a recent update 3 hours ago, you guys, okay? This is just 3 hours ago. And the thing with Stephane Matala, here's the thing, okay? Recently split with his coach, Patrick Tour. I mean, days out. It was, what, 2 days ago that Stephane and Patrick Tour parted ways? And for those of you that may not be aware, a very unique situation when it comes to this split between an athlete and a coach. Patrick Tour actually fired Stephane Matala. Not something that you see happen very often. Typically, it's an athlete that leaves a coach and not the other way around. I was speaking with Patrick myself. And look, let's just say at the end of the day, Stephane seems like he did not want to do the work that Patrick required, okay? Now, Patrick Tour is very well known for having very specific protocols and expecting his athletes to meet that expectation of what he provides. If Patrick is going to put in his time to an athlete, he expects to get 110% effort in return. My understanding is that Stephane Matala was not willing to do the things required in order to be his best as far as Patrick Tour was concerned. So Stephane is now without a coach. Based on what I'm seeing here in this update, I think I've been more impressed by previous updates that we've seen from Stephane Matala. Of course, the previous updates being with the perfect lighting in the perfect setting with additional camera filters beyond just what we see was here, presumably cell phone footage. I think it's going to be difficult. I think it's going to be difficult to see what Stephane Matala is going to bring to the stage. Black Patron makes an excellent point. You got to remember that you have only heard one side of the story. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. But I don't have any reason to distrust what Patrick Tour is saying. And Patrick does have a very good, a very good reputation when it comes to really bringing in athletes at their best when they're willing to listen. Stephane Matala, still in the running, I think, for a top 3 type situation. I think some of it's going to come down to size, honestly, with Stephane. Some of it is going to come down to size. Is he big enough to stand next to guys like James Hollingshead, like Hassan Mostafa, even like Quint Beastwood? You know, Quint Beastwood being a taller guy. Stephane, not overly tall. Could be an issue for him. You know, regardless of the conditioning, if he doesn't have the mass to stand next to these guys, that's it. No, that's going to be it. And there's some mass monsters that you're going to have to compare to in this show. No question. No question. You guys let me know what you guys think of this version of Stephane Matala. Black Patron says Stephane has more detail than anyone in this lineup. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm not really sure. Stephane Matala has some of the craziest chest striations that I've ever seen in my life. And I mean crazy, okay? Let's get to, let's show some of these other gym shots. Okay? Very good. I mean, these are crazy. These are insane. From September 6th. So about, what's that, 3 weeks ago? Crazy. You know, crazy. Detail in the quads is there. It's the striations through the chest, as you can see, the roundness of the shoulders, the roundness of the triceps. I always really like the shape of his arms, especially in those side shots. He has that roundness of the triceps, which I think makes him look very, very balanced in that shot. Like I said, nobody has chest striations like this. Nobody has chest striations like Stephane Matala anywhere on a bodybuilding stage that I've ever seen. But can he bring it on show day? That's going to be the question. It's only got a few days left to go. He does have certain people that he can call upon to help him, and I think that's what he's done. I suspect that Stephane has contacted Hassan NFC. Okay? This is a guy that was helping Stephane Matala in previous preparations. See, this was April 29th, okay? Last year. This is Hassan NFC, longtime friend and coach of Stephane. I think this is where he went back to. No confirmation of that. That's just what I suspect. Like I said, let me know what you guys think of this version of Stephane Matala. Let's check out what you guys are saying in the chat about Stephane. He's 5'10", almost Hollingshead's height. I'm not sure, honestly. Dragon Cuss 69, what's going on, brother? Stephane about to look like a string bean next to everyone. Don't even think he will make top 6. Hardly possible. The Buzz 12, what's going on? Says Boss of Outlaw coached Stephane before and said the same thing, that he often wants to do his own thing. I've heard the same, but I cannot confirm. No, I can't confirm. But we'll see. A lot of people still have him in those top spots. I mean, look, 178 votes. 22% of you guys have Stephane Matala winning this show. Okay? Not second or third, not sixth, winning. That is crazy to me that so many people have him over James Hollingshead right now. Honestly, I do think that he's going to look small standing next to James and standing next to Hassan. I do. But when it comes to potential in bodybuilding, I mean, this is it. This is the guy. This is definitely the guy. Get to a few more comments before we move on to our next competitor. Freedom Fighter says they always seem much smaller when they're alone. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. It really is going to come down to the comparison. You know, it really is. Robert Kirby says James looks downsized. Hassan will be soft. Yeah, we're going to get to Hassan. We'll get to Hassan, okay? Loho says, I'm doubting it, but I hope Matala will shock us. I would love to see that. That would be, I mean, very, very exciting turn of events when it comes to it. I would be ecstatic to see this guy just blow everybody out of the water, honestly. Unlikely, as far as I'm concerned, I will say. Man, that'd be a hell of a show. Just looks like he needs more size in the arms. Let's see how Stephane looks on show day before we pass judgment. Black Patron. I agree. You know, I agree. However, we all do enjoy doing our predictions. Tough to say where I want to have him right now. Very tough. Dwight Ferguson, you have to understand that some athletes are willing to put their bodies and life at risk for the sake of instant gratification. He is in it for the long haul. I don't disagree with that. Him being a young guy, maybe he doesn't want to push it like other guys would. I mean, this is a dangerous sport when it comes right down to it, right? The things that you do, the exogenous testosterone and growth hormone and peptides and just water cutting protocols and diuretics, and I mean, it's starvation. It's crazy. Very, very hard on your system. All the respect in the world to every athlete that steps on that stage. But, like it or not, sometimes that is exactly what separates a champion from somebody who comes in anywhere from second to last. Who knows? Who knows? Lauren Page says Stephane rushed it, double biceps pose. You can barely see his back. He's always needed to bring up the back. We know that about Stephane Matala. We're still waiting to see it. We have not seen it yet. Hopefully in the future, we will finally see Stephane Matala with a back. Okay, the live stream has started, you guys. We are seeing the live stream now, okay? Nobody on stage yet, but we must be getting close. All right, we're getting close, you guys. First qualifier of 2025, or sorry, for 2026 for the Mr. Olympia. This is going to be a good one. Let's keep going through some of the competitors while we're still waiting, and I will keep you guys posted on the play-by-play. And like I said, I will have the screen captures for you guys. We can go through them together. I'm getting very excited for this. I'm not even caffeinated. Not yet. Maybe soon. Actually set myself up pretty good for this one. I've got my caffeine, I've got my regular water, and I've got my meal. I've got this is one banana, 250 milliliters of oat milk, 30 grams of natural peanut butter, and 1 scoop of Bayou Muscles chocolate protein. And that stuff is good. Use code EP10 at checkout. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Who's next? Sure, I've got this centered on my screen. Where are we going to go next? Quint Beastwood? The announcer's just starting to say a few words now, you guys. Keep you posted. I'm assuming that they'll do bikini or wellness first. It's one of the women's categories, but I'll let you guys know. Live stream has started. The live stream has started. That in the chat for you guys again. Let me pin that to the top. Want to get the live stream? There it is. So far, 59% has Quint Beastwood winning the show. I saw somebody ask about, let me see. Valentin Mirku, what is my opinion on Muscle Discord and his ChatGPT review of the shows? You know, I talked about this on the Ron Harris Meathead podcast as well. So I think that there is a place for ChatGPT to be used in this modern era of bodybuilding in terms of it being used for discussion purposes. When it comes to analytical purposes, you know, for us here as commentators of the sport, for you guys as fans of the sport, I think it's another tool to be used in order for us to continue the conversation of bodybuilding. Look, these are excellent tools that can do the things that humans just simply cannot do, okay? I use them for my business on a daily basis. I think ChatGPT is fantastic. But when it comes to ChatGPT actually being used as a judge in bodybuilding, when you start saying definitively ChatGPT is more correct than any of the human judges, okay? But be it Steve Weinberger or Paul Ozon or anybody in between, I disagree. I think you have to have that human element. I do not think that it's really advanced enough to say, yes, we could use AI as a judge. But I do think that it is a valuable tool. But look, if Steve Weinberger makes a decision at the Olympia and ChatGPT says otherwise, you guys, we'll discuss it, but I'm not going to say that Steve's wrong. If it's my personal opinion that he's wrong, fine. If that happens to agree with ChatGPT, fine. But that's how I see it. Theo Leguerrier, on stage right now, actually, who I thought was competing in this show. Did I hear that he dropped out? Let me see. I thought I heard something like that. Let's go back for a second. Yeah, Theo Leguerrier, he did. Is he still in? He can't be. You guys let me know in the chat. I thought I heard something about him not being in anymore. Yeah, he dropped out. Muscle Insight HQ, what's going on, brother? Don't know if you just got here or not. Gave you a little shout out earlier. Very happy to be using some of your stuff in order to give us our 2025 Tsunami Pro preview. So Theo Leguerrier unfortunately dropped out, but you know what? It's good that he could get himself at least on stage to be part of the show. That's great. This is the latest from Quint Beastwood, and again, you guys, I think that I think this is probably most likely going to be your winner. I think it is fair to say. Confirmed it on Wednesday that he was out. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. Quint Beastwood, what do you guys think of this latest update from Quint Beastwood? I think he's looking pretty damn good. I don't think we'll see him any better than what we've seen from previous, but I think this is good enough to win. You know, I think this is good enough to win. And this is the proper time for him to get his Olympia qualification because, look, he still does have developing to do. I think that his upper body definitely overpowers his lower body, but overall, I think he could use more overall size. Proportionally, I think that his arms look like they're starting to overpower his shoulders a bit. But look, he has made serious improvements and will continue to make improvements. Black Patron says something about Quinton always looks so awkward to me. It's a proportion thing, okay? It's a proportion thing for me. I think that Quint Beastwood has he needs more legs. He needs more quad sweep. The quads look very straight up and down. He needs to develop more of the legs when it comes near the hip tie-in to have that roundness of the quads, right? Nick Walker had to work on the same thing, and I think he's done a decent job of that. Nick's a different story altogether. Like I said, proportionally, Quint Beastwood has some work to do. But can he do it? Yeah, I think he can. Powerhouse says Quinton looks tall and stringy. He doesn't look good at all. Well, I don't think he looks bad. You know, I think that he looks better in a lineup than he does on his own. So I definitely think he looks better in a lineup. But look, the chat doesn't, well, the poll, not to say it doesn't lie, I guess. 230 votes, 57% have Quint Beastwood taking home the win. Let's continue. Next up, we have to take a look at Hassan Mostafa. Ladies and gentlemen, Hassan. One of the most difficult guys to place in all of bodybuilding. I mean, where do you place this guy? You know? Where do you place him? I thought I saw a more recent physique update in his stories, but I may have been mistaken on that. We'll go with the most recent that we have. 2 days ago. Bring it up a little bit. See exactly what we're looking at for Hassan. Look, conditioning. Doesn't it always come down to conditioning for Hassan Mostafa? Always? Pretty much. Pretty much always. It's not mass. This guy is huge. He's ridiculous. Now, the midsection as well, granted. Not the most aesthetic physique, but he is still very round. You know, very round. He does have strong shots. You know, his side shots are fantastic. Look at that roundness to the tricep. You know, look at the proportion of the shoulder to the arms. The side leg looks really good, and he can hide that midsection. His back shots, excellent. Excellent shots from the back. He's going to be very difficult, I think, to beat from the back. Look, he's got a lot of detail in the back, too. He has more detail in the back, certainly, than he does in the front shots. I think that's very fair to say. But, man, you guys will probably remember a few years ago, Hassan Mostafa at the Orlando Pro. Orlando actually doesn't do show anymore, unfortunately. But Hassan was ridiculous at that show. I mean, ridiculous. He was conditioned. It's when he was working with AJ Sims. And we haven't really seen that replicated since, unfortunately. As for this version of Hassan Mostafa, I think he does look half decent. I think he will have good shots in this show. Quad detail, I don't know if that's going to do it for me. Ron Harris also said that Hassan is up 20 pounds from 2024. 20 pounds, you guys. This guy didn't need 20 pounds. He was already the biggest guy every time he stepped on stage. That is unbelievable. I would really enjoy to know the reasoning behind why Hassan thought he needed to gain 20 pounds. I mean, I don't know, man. It doesn't look bad on him. I will say that. I mean, it doesn't look bad. That's a deadly back lat spread, man. Deadly. I don't know. I'm a little bit more optimistic about Hassan after looking at this. I certainly would not count him out. My back is broken spinal. I would not count him out. Soner Enon, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. If Hassan is in shape, he will win. Many people with that opinion. In the poll, 253 votes, we do have Hassan Mostafa in third place. Still unbelievable that Stephane Matala. You guys really don't think James has a chance? A lot of people have James in second that I saw predictions going into this show. A lot. Black Patron says, think Martin Fitzwater is going to be the dark horse for this year's Olympia. I'd say Pittsburgh was a fluke. Yeah, he talked about that on the Fouad Abiad podcast recently, actually. He said it was a water manipulation thing in particular. So, unfortunate. Yeah, he's still got a long way to go, I think. I think Martin will be much better next time he steps on stage. Okay, we're still waiting for the first category to come out on stage, you guys. But it will not be long. They were just giving some of their initial discussions, talking to the crowd, thanking the sponsors, all that fun shit that everybody loves, I'm sure. We will be getting to the competitors soon, and we do not have many to go until we get to the men's open. We really don't. Make sure you guys get your votes in on the poll. Who will win the 2025 Tsunami France Pro? So far, 57% say it will be Quint Beastwood taking home the first Olympia qualifier of 2026. Stephane Matala still sitting in second place, 22%. You guys, this is blowing my mind. I'm telling you right now. I can't believe that James is so low. I really can't. And I'm not trying to manipulate the poll here. I'm just very surprised. I thought that James was going to be comfortably in second place over Stephane. Or even at least Hassan ahead of Stephane. Very surprised. Looking into the chat. Let's see. Tristes Fangirl. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. I love James, man. I think he has a chance. That's kind of where I'm at. I think he's got a chance. No, I do. Black Patron says James doesn't exactly have the greatest track record come show day. Well, James is a former Olympian. I mean, he's been on the Olympia stage. Granted, I think he was like 12th or something like that. But I mean, we have seen some very good versions of James Hollingshead. Okay, very good versions. But look, we'll see what happens. Okay, we do have the competitors on stage. I believe this is the, what is it, bikini or wellness? Judging by what I'm seeing, it's got to be wellness. I'll update that here. If you guys know, you know. Let's go back to our competitors list from Muscle Insight HQ. Guys, let me know any of the wild cards that you might want to see here. What about, well, look, when it comes to the top four, that's pretty much what we're looking at. Tim Budesheim, I believe, dropped out of this show as well, unfortunately. Sergey Danalov, one of the heaviest men in today's bodybuilding. Let's take a look. Certainly fairly impressive. I think it's fair to say. Not bad shape. Very round in the quads. Got to hold in that midsection. There you go. Do not let that midsection go. These judges are always watching, okay? Let's see. Who's on stage? The categories. Wellness, I believe, is now on stage, ladies and gentlemen. We will go wellness, then it will be classic physique, and then we will be into men's open bodybuilding. Going to be a good show. Going to be a really good show. I get back into the chat here momentarily. Let me know what you guys think of Sergey Danalov. Could this be a wild card going into the show? You know, looks pretty good. This is just from 2 days ago. I actually remember seeing this guy. He competed in a Russian show last year and definitely showed some potential at that point. Looks like he's put on a little bit of size since then. Oh, he's big. He's big. Maybe proportionally, he could still gain a bit more, but conditioning looks like it's not bad. Oh, Tim is in the show? Okay. Okay. We'll get to Tim Budesheim here shortly. The true dark horse of the Olympia will be Good Vito. Have him as high as 6th, maybe even 5th. I do see him moving up there in a lot of predictions. Tar Heel Prime IFBB Pro. Always good to have a pro in the chat. Neither Mostafa nor Matala will bring the appropriate conditioning to win. And I highly doubt either of them will beat Hollingshead, but those two are not winning. Look, I have James in second place going into this show because everybody talks about James's track record. Well, what about Hassan's track record? You know, what about Stephane's track record? James, I think, has a better track record than these guys do. Oh, James at the Detroit Pro, I think that version would be what we're seeing right now from Stephane. Maybe not Hassan. Hassan is the biggest wild card of them all. I don't care what anybody says because he has the size, as opposed to Stephane Matala, who I don't think has the size. Just how it is. Black Patron says, it seems early to be doing a show. Well, it's 7 o'clock in France. You know, it works out well for me. It's 5 hours ahead of me. So it started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. You know, it's not bad. Don't mind. I like that it's on a Saturday as well. I'll be able to get to some videos tomorrow, do some updates for you guys. It's all good. And I just want to say now, you guys, there's something big coming in the channel. I've got something I've got something that I'm going to be doing that I've been working on for quite some time. I've been thinking about for quite some time. You guys are going to see soon. But look, let's concentrate on the show, okay? Read what I wrote earlier there, mate. You're talking to me? Black patron? Maybe? Oh, talking about his hernia surgery. Still has a Band-Aid there. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you're right. Fuck, I didn't even notice from the size of him. So when was this? 130 kg and filling up? Okay, they are now moving to the individual presentations in the wellness division. Oh, Black Patron, you asked about the stage earlier. The stage looks pretty good. I think the lighting looks good. It's not a busy background. There's no LED screen or any of that shit. It's not bad, actually. I think this is going to be a decent backdrop. Like a darker red on one side, darker blue on the other. Very bright, like cool white lights. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Considering they said they weren't even going to do a live stream until like, what, yesterday, I think it was? Yeah, I think we're doing all right. Anyway, let's continue on here from the, don't want that. In the comparisons, in looking at some of these competitors. Sergey Danalov. Might be a wild card here. 5 days out. Well, this guy must be on a warpath if he's stepping on stage shortly after, I mean, it's got to be shortly after hernia surgery, right? He's still got the tape on there. I don't know if he will when it comes to being on stage, or how that'll affect his midsection control. Bring this down a little bit. But I mean, not bad. Again, he's got the goon lighting, of course, right? Take that for what it is, but this is not a bad competitor overall. Not bad at all. Can we see the stage? I can show you guys the stage now, actually, if you really want to see it. Let me see if I can find it here. I think I had it in view group. Let me find it. Yeah, I'll show you guys the stage. Yeah, here it is. Okay. I'll see the stage. Here's the stage. This was, they didn't have any competitors on stage here, you guys, so it's a little bit darker. The lighting actually is brighter than what I'm seeing here, but this is one I captured when there was nobody on stage just before they cut the live stream, and now they're at the pros. So, look, not bad. This is just a solid background. Very good lighting as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I think this is going to be a good one. Yeah, I think this is going to be good. Tar Heel Prime IFBB Pro says, really glad that you do these live streams. It's so nice to have someone other than a clown over on Discord to have to listen to for these shows. Look, I'm happy that you guys are here. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate everybody being on the live stream. Make sure you guys hit like and subscribe to the channel. And if you want to support the channel further, check out BayouMuscle.com. Use code EP10 at checkout, you guys. That helps the channel tremendously. And not to get into an ad here, but look, BayouMuscles.com was a company started by a fan of bodybuilding, you know, for fans of bodybuilding. Davey Mize is just a regular gym bro like everybody else, but very suave in business and wanted to get in on the industry. Started his own supplement line. They're honestly fantastic supplements, okay? Really supports the channel. Appreciate all you guys. But anyway, Muscle Insight says, I'm looking at a video from Sergey in February, and he also had the tape on his belly button area then. That is weird, isn't it? That is very weird. Let's go back to Sergey. They're still going through the individual rounds for the wellness competitors, you guys. Then we'll get into Classic, and I'll show you guys some screenshots of some of the guys in Classic, you know, when we start getting into it. The Bayou link says page not found. Oh, certainly shouldn't. Let me check. That's BayouMuscle.com, not Bayou Muscles. Maybe you're putting an S on the end of it. I'm not sure, but if you go to if you just go to BayouMuscle.com without the www, then it'll definitely show up. Yeah, the live stream is pretty good, you guys. I gotta say, this is a pretty decent stream. You guys will see here soon. We'll go back to Sergey and see if there's any other further updates, because that guy could be a factor in this show. Now, this guy could be a serious factor. A second to bring that back up. Browser. Let's see. Is this page, I believe. Instagram 9 more. Browser. Should be coming up. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Add a new one. Stage, anyway. Still got Quint Beastwood in the poll, showing the win here. Doesn't overly surprise me, but like I said, that thing with Stephane Matala most definitely surprises me. I was not expecting that whatsoever. Yeah, was not expecting that at all. Okay, there's our... Let's see. Select a window. Explore downloads. No, we don't want downloads. Discard. Bring up the page yet again. We have wellness currently on stage. We should be moving into classics shortly, and then we will continue on to the men's open division. Can't wait for that one. Okay. So, again, Sergey Danalov. No. Might be a factor here. I know he is tall, too. He's supposed to be a pretty tall guy. Let's see if we can find any other shots of him. Should be some. What? This is ridiculous. Look, it's one of these 3D printer ones, and he's got tape over his belly button there. What the hell? Or it is a fashion statement or some shit? Like, what is going on here? Look, same thing from August 23rd. I mean, he must have had this on for quite some time, you guys. You know? Doesn't look overly impressive there, but these other shots were very impressive. I mean, maybe he's going to take it off for the show. I don't know. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of Sergey Danalov. He might be a factor here. He might be a factor. Top 5? Top 6? What do you guys think? I think it's possible. He's pretty good. What time for the open? I don't really know what... Oh, the link in the description with EP10. If you use my code at checkout, then it will work for you. The shake is finally unfreezing. I put this in the freezer and it fucking froze on me, so it's starting to unfreeze now. I wonder if it's some sort of KT tape. Akeem Williams uses it often, but mostly on. I don't think so. I don't think that like KT tape is something that stretches across muscle groups. I don't think that that's. I don't think that's what we're seeing from Sergey. But look, we've been on him long enough. Like, I'm gonna call him maybe top 6, somewhere in the top 6. Yeah, we'll say somewhere in the top 6 for Sergey. Probably fair to say. Next up, who do we want to see? Dominic Woywat, maybe? Well, no. Well, Tim Budesheim is in the show. We got to check out Tim. Anything updated from Tim? 6 hours ago. Okay. So, 6 hours ago from Tim Budesheim. Not having the season that he's had previously. Look, Tim is much bigger, I think, than he's been in previous seasons. AJ Kelly Robert actually noticed the amount of size that Tim Budesheim has put on over the last year. I mean, yeah, the guy's definitely looking bigger. But bigger is not always better. I think that he's lacking conditioning, and I'm not really seeing that conditioning shining through here. And I think the size that he's put on, although it looks pretty good here, I think it has affected his midsection. I think it has affected his midsection, which is unfortunate because Tim is really well known for having decent shape. You know, that's one of the things that that really separated him from some of the competitors he would stand next to. Granted, these shots look pretty good. Most muscular look pretty good. Front lat spread doesn't look bad. What do you guys think of this version of Tim Budesheim? 6 hours ago, these were posted. Okay. Loho asks, is our good friend Big AJ there reporting? I don't think he's actually at the show. I'm not sure. I'll text him. I'll find out. Not sure. If he is, then we'll get some good updates. Make sure you guys follow AJ Kelly Robert on Instagram as well. Yeah, Theo did pull out. Yeah. No, AJ is at home. AJ's at home. We'll probably do a show wrap up with AJ. We'll see who else we can round up for it. Anyway, Freedom Fighter 17 says he will not win, but I have so much respect for him. Tim is really a nice guy who trains hard, but his peak is over. I don't think that he really hit a decent peak this year. I don't know what it is for Tim. I'm not sure what it is for Tim right now. AJ just messaged me. What's up? Good old AJ Kelly Robert. What else do you guys have to say? Black Patron says Tim's midsection looks better in these updates. But yeah, size means nothing when your waist starts growing. Same reason I think Nick Walker looked better in 2021. Oh, that's interesting. What'd AJ say to me?
What are you doing, bro?
Oh, AJ just asked me if I'm doing a watch along or if I'm recording for a wrap up or what's going on. Yeah, I guess he doesn't realize that I'm on live now. That's funny. I'm live now, bro. Might want me to try and patch him in. I'm not sure if I can do that this time. We're working on the technology, you guys. Actually, just to let you guys know, when it comes to the Olympia, I'm actually in talks with the owner of the gym that I train at, Moxham Fitness. If everything works out the way I want it to, I will be live streaming the Olympia from the gym that I train at, you guys. Such a cool idea. Like, when I was at the gym, I was looking around, I was like, man, this is the place to do it. Oh, this is the place to do it. I think that live streaming from the gym would just be such a cool atmosphere to do the Olympia watch party with you guys. Anyway, I'm really, really stoked for the idea. Still working out a couple of technical details, but it's looking good so far. It's looking really good. Jack Joe says, conditioning on Tim, come on. Always in great condition. Waist back in his presentation on stage is the thing. I don't know. I wasn't overly impressed by his conditioning. I thought he was a little bit washed out last time I saw him, honestly. Like, separation, not bad, but I don't know. I just wasn't seeing it's a weird thing between separation and striations, you know? I just don't think that he had a lot of pop. You know, separation, yes, but a lot, not a lot of pop. I will say, he actually does look better from these updates than what I saw when he was going into the Europa. I will definitely say that about Tim. I think Tim is a fantastic competitor, and I think that I think that he could do well here. He'll be battling for a top 5 spot, top 6 for sure, no question. KOC MOC, left side something have to do with the body is not a similar condition look. Yeah, and look, that's what you end up running into with some of these competitors. Like, look, this side chest, I mean, this really is not nearly as impressive as his other shots. Not nearly as impressive, you know? Yeah, I don't know. AJ says, epic. Yeah. AJ Kelly Robert, one of the biggest fans of bodybuilding, you guys. Love having him on the channel. We'll end up doing a wrap-up, I'm sure. Bayou Muscles in the chat. What's up, Kenton? Just got on. I've been busy up here in Missouri at my farm hosting some clients deer hunting. Quinton should win this show, and if so, he will need the whole year to put on size. Yeah, bro, we went through Quint Beastwood, still haven't winning the show. Oh yeah, if we do the live stream as well, either way, myself and Davey Mize at Bayou Muscles, you guys, we're working on doing something for a giveaway on our live streams, okay? So stay tuned, you guys. We're going all out for the Olympia this year. Trust me, you guys are not going to want to miss it. Subscribe to the channel right now. Make sure you stay tuned for the coverage. It's going to be ridiculous. I'm telling you guys right now, okay? Anyway, like I said about Tim, his side shots are not nearly as impressive as his front shots. Like, this looks a lot better than what he had from the side. Striations through the chest look good. I'm seeing some feathering in the quads as well. That teardrop looks like it's starting to feather out. Midsection looks better here. That midsection was killing me at the last show, you guys. Killing me. I don't know what he did, but this looks a lot better, I will say. So, yeah, Tim could work his way up in this lineup. Tim could definitely work his way up. Oh, I lost my browser. There we go. What time does the show start Central Time? Well, it's 2:33 here, so Central Time would be 5. No. You guys are behind us, I think. Yeah, you guys are behind us, so you're 3 hours behind me. That'd be what, 11:30? Yeah. Yeah, his chest is not popping, but come on, he's not 25 anymore. No, he's not. That's fair to say. You know, he's not. Tim should do nothing and just show up on stage like this. It will be his best look this year. Black Patron, 100% agree with you, brother. 100% agree. If Tim showed up with this, yeah, he'll be at his best this year. The feathering in the chest, like, not bad, man. I will say, not bad, all things considered. Okay, not bad. Good front double. Oh, good front. This is what was really bothering me when it came to the Europa. Tim's midsection just was not doing him any favors. He didn't have the taper. You know, his midsection looked washed out. It looked bloated. I feel much better seeing these updates from Tim Budesheim here. I feel much better. They're still going through the individuals for the wellness, you guys, but there wasn't very many in any of the categories. I think like anywhere from 17 to 20 kind of thing. So it won't be long. We'll be getting into Classic. I will show you guys some screenshots of the Classic competitors, of course. Actually, I'll look up the list of who's actually in the show as well, for who's coming up. France Pro competitor list. Men's Classic Physique. Take a look. I'll have to just... This is who's going to be in Classic. I don't have any names that are jumping out at me, you guys. Valentin Petrov, I recognize. None of the other names. Andrea Mamoli, I think I know as well. But yeah, none of the classic names are really jumping out at me. You guys let me know if there is anybody that you notice there, but no one I can notice in particular. We'll go back and look at some of our open competitors if there's no one that. Oh, German Pastor, I do recognize that name as well. Yeah, I do recognize German Pastor. Brandon Harding, I think I reckon. There might be a few. Yeah, there might be a few. Okay. Okay, we'll see. Make sure you guys get in your votes. Who will win the 2025 Tsunami France Pro? So far, we have Quint Beastwood at 56%. It's been pretty steady there between 56 and 58. And nothing else has changed. Over 200 votes since I last checked, and really nothing has changed. Stephane Matala still at 22%, Hassan Mostafa at 13%, James Hollingshead at 8%. Very, very surprised at that with James, you guys. I'm not going to lie. Very surprised. Oh, look, let's go back and we'll keep working on our men's open competitors here. Let's see what we got coming up. I wanted to look at Dominic Woiwat, actually. And again, this is all courtesy of Muscle Insight HQ. Again, congratulations for the recent sponsorship from Hostile Supplements. Very, very happy for you, brother. You deserve it. Excellent channel over there on Instagram. Make sure you guys follow Muscle Insight HQ. Okay, Dominic Woiwat. That name does stand out to me. Don't know what he's looking like now. He was in the Europa. Definitely some improvements that he needs to make from a size standpoint. But, you know, conditioning was pretty good. This is 20 hours out of the show. You know, not bad conditioning overall. This comes down to size for Dominic Woiwat. You know, this comes down to size. Conditioning, very good. Might be shooting for a top 10 spot here. Might be shooting for top 10, but I don't think we're going to see much more than that. Good competitor, has potential, but I think that's what we're going to end up seeing. No, I don't have unfortunately, I don't have a promo code for the live stream, brother. I'm sorry. It might be on me to get a hold of people about looking at that. Maybe I will look into that. One thing I should do is reach out to a couple of show promoters and see if they do want to work with me in the upcoming season. Actually, I was speaking with AJ Kelly Robert about that. We're going to see what we can do. Always making moves, you guys. Always making moves. Still going through the individual rounds for the wellness competitors, which I do expect to wrap up here very soon. One more for Dominic Woiwat. This looks pretty good. You know, this looks pretty good. He'll push for a top 10. Watch out for this guy in the future, I think. Yeah, I think he'll push for one. Bayou Muscle, Davey asks, what is the truth behind Patrick dropping Matala? Is it true that he wasn't following Patrick's directions? That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. We'll see how it affects him when it comes to actually getting on stage today. See how it affects him. I don't think it'll affect him too much. Maybe a couple of points, but I really don't think it'll affect him too much. Because, I mean, the work was done at that point, right? I mean, what else was there to do? Work was done. Unfortunate when it comes to Louis Breed because he was looking really good going into this show, but yeah, that's unfortunate that he got sick. And again, Thier Leguerrier, unfortunately dropping out. So turns out that I was incorrect. It was bikini that was on stage. It was not wellness. It'll tell you guys how much I know about these divisions. My apologies. Quick correction. You guys let me know who you want to see next here. What do you guys want to see? They're just doing the comparisons now, you guys, so we will be getting to the classic physique competitors here very shortly. But yeah, make sure you guys get into the chat. Make sure you guys get in your vote. Let me know who you guys got going into this show. Quint Beastwood still holding out. 55%. Stephane Matala jumping up a couple of percentage points. You guys, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why people think that Stephane Matala could win this show. Honestly, over James Hollingshead, I think mistakes are being made, you guys. I think mistakes are being made. Look, not to say you guys don't know your shit, but I don't know. I got James taking second. Crispy Bacon, what happened to Louis? Louis Breed ended up being sick, unfortunately. I will go to his page now, show you guys exactly what happened with Louis Breed. Recently did a podcast with Louis Breed. He was on an episode of the Bodybuilding Breakdown with myself and Mark's Max Muscle. And unfortunately, Louis ended up being sick. Could not make it to the show. I've had to make the very difficult decision to withdraw from the Tsunami Pro. Over the past 48 hours, I have been dealing with an illness that has made it impossible for me to bring my best. And this is what Louis told me as well. I felt it for as long as I've left it as long as possible in the hope I would be well enough to step on stage, but that is not the case. To say I'm disappointed is an understatement, but I have no choice but to make this decision. Thank you to everyone who has supported me through this journey, but for now, I need to rest up and recover, and that's exactly what he's doing. And like I said, he is confirmed for the UK show coming up after the Olympia. Really, really unfortunate. This guy just did recently a guest posing where he was looking absolutely massive, you guys, and I mean massive. This guy is ridiculous. Like, the mass monster is the definition of Louis Breed. Not only does he have the mass, but he brings the conditioning, he brings that hardness, he brings the fullness. And I think that this was going to be probably his best look. This was a guest posing at the, what was it? It was in Sweden. I think it was an ESN event, if I'm not mistaken, one of his sponsors. But look, this is what ends up happening. You know, guys end up sick. Good Vito said that he had a sore throat there a couple of days ago. You know, that's why guys try to show up weeks before the Olympia in case things like this happen. You get over it, and hopefully you can stay on track enough to bring your best. Traveling on commercial flights, you guys, is nothing short of, I mean, they're nothing short of infection tubes, honestly. You know, this is what ends up happening. Low body fat, low immune system. I wonder if coaches actually have protocols for that. Now that I think about it, they probably do. You know, load up on vitamin C before you go onto the plane or something like that. I'd be interested to know. I should talk to a couple coaches. But anyway, that is the unfortunate happenings with Louis Breed. Would have really enjoyed to see him at this show. But that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Black Patron says it's because Stephane has some of the best shape that we've seen in years. That's all. Not hard to understand why people like him. Oh, look, I like him too. I do. I think that he could be very good. I just don't think he's big enough. It's too bad Louis wasn't in this show because I think he would really show his size compared to a guy like Stephane. But it is what it is. Biomuscle says, Hassan will be the one I'm interested to see. If he comes in shape, then he has so much muscle that with the conditioning could overwhelm the lineup. I wouldn't be too sure about the conditioning, Davey. I wouldn't be so sure. Let's go back and look at Hassan right quick, okay? We'll go back and look at Hassan. We do have a latest update from Hassan. We'll go back and look at it again. For those of you just joining us, thank you for joining. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Go to bayoumuscle.com. Use code EP10 at checkout. Here's the latest from Hassan Mostafa. Okay. This is the latest. You guys let me know again. We looked at him earlier. Okay. We looked at a number of other competitors. What do you guys think? Are you impressed by what you're seeing from Hassan Mostafa? Do you think that Hassan Mostafa could end up fighting for the title in this show? Break it down shot by shot, you know, have the consideration, not just for the overall physique, but remember, we have 8 mandatory poses that the judges will be going through. Where does he potentially win against these other competitors? You know, start at the top. Quint Beastwood. Where does he defeat Quint Beastwood? Anywhere? Are there any shots from what we're seeing here now that Hassan Mostafa could potentially defeat Quint Beastwood on? It's a very interesting question. He does have a very, very proportionate back double. He has a lot of detail in that back. Hamstrings don't look bad. Okay, they don't look bad. Glutes, not the worst that I've seen from Hassan. I think that he has better proportions in the side chest. And Quint Beastwood as well. People do like his side chest. Personally, I don't like his execution, but I think that he has to do it because his arm just isn't big enough. And his arm overpowers his shoulder slightly. But look, I mean, this is a very good back double. Oh, very good. Lat spread, very good as well. I agree, Black Patron. I agree. So that could be 2 shots that he could take out the champ on, right? Maybe. Side chest, I could possibly give him that one too. Doesn't have a great execution of that side tricep, but I mean, the guy's just so big. I mean, getting that arm back to be able to really, really pull back on that hand, like, he's massive, you know, he's huge. But that could be 3 right there. 3 of 8 that he could defeat Quint Beastwood. Now, assuming Quint Beastwood's going to be more conditioned, granted. Not going to be bigger. Right? He won't be bigger. Hassan has bigger arms. He has bigger legs. He may not have a wider back, but he does have more detail. From what we can see here anyway. Will it translate over to the stage? That's another story. Black Patron says, who has good execution on the side tricep these days? Hunter. Andrew Jack, I think, does. He stopped doing the front tricep and started doing the side tricep. I like Andrew Jack's, but you're right. That is probably the worst executed pose of the entirety of the IFBB. I think Derek's isn't bad either. Nick's, I think, is not bad either. I don't like William Bonak's. William Bonak just, it's like it's almost like he's in a lunge. You know, the way that he really steps back on one leg. I really don't like William Bonak's. That's another story altogether. But look, this is what we have, okay? When you really break it down pose by pose, who knows, you guys? If Hassan has good enough conditioning, I don't know. No, I don't know. Just to give you guys an update, they are through the individual routines for the bikini competitors, and they are now going through the comparisons. After that, we will be moving in to the classic physique division. And shortly after that, we will be going to the open. Anyway, very interesting thoughts on Hassan. Very interesting. I like Samson's Dorian version. Yeah, I don't mind Samson's. I like Samson's as well. I do. No, you can't show the actual stream on YouTube. No. You guys, I have the stream in the pinned message of this chat, so you guys can get that there. If you want to watch along with me, certainly let me know if you guys are watching along. Looking at the update for the poll, who will win the 2025 Tsunami France Pro? we still have Quint Beastwood at 55%, but Stephane Matala moving up a couple of points now at 24%, or sorry, Stephane, and Hassan at 14. So let's go back and look at another Dragon Cuss. There's not any huge names in Classic that I could see. Nobody that really stood out to me in particular. But look, let's go back and look at Stephane again, all right? Again, thank you to Muscle Insight HQ. Doing a fantastic job when it comes to really grouping all these competitors together. The latest update from Stephane Matala. This is it. Oh, this is it. This is the latest. What do you guys think of this version of Stephane Matala? Looked at Quint Beastwood. Just looked at Hassan Mostafa. We took a look at what we saw from James Hollingshead. Tim Budesheim as well. Sergey Danalov, I think, is a wild card in this lineup. After looking at the other competitors and considering still what we are seeing from Stephane Matala, I still don't think that I would have him in second place. I still wouldn't have him winning. Trusty's a fangirl. Damn, now I dislike Stephane after all you have told me. Look, I'm not here to persuade or dissuade. This is simply my opinion of how I feel about his physique. I do think it's entirely possible for him to show up on stage and potentially, you know, compare well. He probably has some of the best shape in the lineup. I would argue he may have better shape than Quint Beastwood, you know, in the front shots even. He has rounder quads. But I just think it comes down to the size. Now, P Die Music, I think it is. I apologize if I mispronounced that. It says here, Stephane could do what Urs did and win with detail and shape. And look, I was wrong about Urs Kalachinsky. I thought that Urs was too small going into the show as well. I did. And Urs showed us virtually nothing. But I'm just not sure. You're right, Black Patron. Stephane is way more balanced than Quint Beastwood. Not from the back, though. Not from the back. Quint Beastwood definitely will defeat him from the back. Probably in the most muscular as well. Freedom Fighter says the whole package is important. I think Stephane looks much better than all the others. The whole package is important. No, I agree with that. It is. But I just don't think he has the muscle when it comes right down to it. I think that it just comes down to he's not quite big enough. I just don't think he's big enough yet. Now, that's to say yet. The potential for this guy, I mean, is, I don't want to say unlimited, but he is nowhere close to what he could be. Nowhere even close to what he could be. No way Quint has a better most muscular. Quint's most muscular is Bug. Look, he's unbalanced, but I just think he's going to be bigger, and if he has comparable conditioning, then I don't know. I mean, we still have 56% of the people in the chat that say that he's going to win the show. So, you know, for where he'll place in this lineup, like, honestly, I think that he'll be behind Quint Beastwood. I think he'll be behind James, behind Hassan, possibly fourth. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But possibly fourth is where I think he could be right now. My personal opinion. All right, you guys, Bikini is just finishing up. We are moving into the Classic Physique division. So they're going to do a quick little chat here before they move into the Classic Physique division. But my understanding is that this show is going to go pretty quickly, you guys, pretty quickly. we'll wait and see. I think it was what, 17 or 18 competitors in classic is what it was for this show. So, you know, not bad, not bad at all. Both 17 or 18 in the men's open as well. So, and I believe it moves right into the to the finals as well. So we'll see. Oh, they're moving into bodybuilding now. Oh, well. They're moving into bodybuilding now, you guys. Well. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're bringing them out now, you guys. That's fantastic. You guys, get ready. We are getting into the men's open division. Here we go. Let's go. All right, you guys. We're into it. We got Tim Budesheim coming on stage, Sergey Danalov. Hang tight. They got 4 guys on stage. They shouldn't make these guys wait. They shouldn't be able to do that. Let's go back to our muscle insight shot. This is who we got. Front double. There we go. Okay. Tim Budesheim's looking pretty good. Sergey Danalov looks huge. Man. Conditioning looks pretty good. How's he doing with that herniated belly button? Yeah, okay. He took the tape off. Back double. Yeah, Tim looks like he's in condition. Upper body got a lot of detail there. Not a lot of depth from Sergey Danalov. I kind of expected a little more. Okay. See the front double. This guy's got to spread out a little bit. Okay. Tim is... Let me bring up a shot for you guys. All right, let's bring it in. Let's bring it in. Yeah, let's check out the front double. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your first look at the men's open. Let me know what you guys think. Quint Beastwood's coming on stage. Quint Beastwood coming on stage, you guys. Okay, Quint Beastwood's on stage. James Hollingshead. Yeah, Tim is much better than expected. I agree. All right, let's see it. Front double. Quint Beastwood doesn't have the greatest light on him right now. Quint Beastwood is off to the left-hand side of the stage. And I don't think the lighting is as good as the center. Somebody's got to get that fucking camera out of the way. They're blocking Quint Beastwood right now. Nothing I can do about that. Back double. Yeah, look, James got that conditioning, you guys. I'm telling you that right now. They're kind of doing a panned up shot. They did the panned up zoomed far away camera for some reason. They should be using the straight on camera right now, but they're not. Did get that front double, but all right, let me bring up a shot for you guys. There you go, you guys. First look. Let me know what you guys think. Stephane Matala coming out next. Big crowd applause for Stephane Matala, one of the local guys. Hassan Mostafa is going to be right next to him. We've got Hassan Mostafa right in the middle. He looks massive. Holy shit. Dominic Voivod, which is off to the right-hand side. Okay, we got a 6-man call-out here. Okay, hopefully they go to the other camera angle. This is ridiculous. Come on, they got to move to that other camera. This is terrible. Come on. We can't see anything. Stephane's got a very tight midsection. Hassan's midsection looks pretty washed out, you guys. Moving the camera around like there's no tomorrow. Okay, they're starting to zoom in a bit. Going for the back double now. Let's see. Yeah, just as I suspected, you know, Hassan's got that width. But Stephane Matala, it's kind of a downward angle, but I mean, I don't know, not hard to tell. Hard to tell. Stephane's really playing to the crowd. Should spend more time posing than anything else, buddy. But we'll see how he does. Guys, like I said, they've got that hand down kind of picture for what we were looking at, but show you guys what I have. They're moving on to the individual presentations now. So, can't see a ton, but again, they are moving to the individuals now. So I will get you guys some great shots from that. Trust me. Yeah, the angle is horrible. I don't know why they didn't use the other angle. They were using it, and then they stopped. I don't know, but what do you guys think? Let me know what you think about the initial calls. They really got to start using that other camera. Like, they're zooming in on guys, but it's still from a downward angle. Like, it's not great. Anyway, we'll get it. We'll get it. It's not the worst quality live stream, so I'll give them that. Anyway, we'll get it. We'll get it. James ain't winning this one. Nah, probably not. Hey, Granddaddy the Mall, what's going on? Black Patron, the angle's horrible. Yeah. Raymond Jones in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Longtime follower of the channel. How's it going? I want to see Stephane, Quint, and James in the first call-out. As do I, my friend. As do I. I will want my money back if I paid with that shitty camera. They do have another camera that looks straight on. They're just not using it. I don't understand why. Now, granted, this live stream was put together, right? I think it was announced 24 hours ago, maybe 48. Oh, man, that's good. That's good. Meal 3. I was prepared this time. No breaks here, you guys. I really gotta pee. We can go Nick Bostock next for an individual. Granddaddy the Amal says Hassan looks good. You want to see a back shot from Hassan? You want to see something good? Show you guys the back double for Hassan. Check that out, ladies and gentlemen. Now that is not bad. Not to take away from other competitors, but I'm gonna move you guys out for a second. Playing a lot of Skid Row. You guys, not bad. The live stream. I always thought bodybuilding should be, you know, that rock and roll, like hard rock kind of thing. And it's a good atmosphere for bodybuilding, you know? I don't know. But anyway, what do you guys think? Hassan or Stephane? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Who's taking the back double? Tim Budesheim was there. Tim looked pretty good. Tim Budesheim coming on stage now, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get some individuals of Tim for you. Don't worry. Stupid downward angle camera, but conditioning is pretty good for Tim. Front lat spread. I think it's what we came to expect. I think it's pretty good. Them side shots don't, like, not great from the side. It's like decent detail from the back. Coming into the back lat spread. Very good. Definitely improved from what we saw at the Europa, without question. Oh yeah, that's a good shot. I'll bring some up here for you guys in just a second. Tim did not hit a back double. Did not hit a side tricep. Did not hit an abs and thigh. He's doing 2 front lat spreads. And now another most muscular. He did that as well. Tim missing some of the mandatory poses. I feel like that's a detraction. Okay, there's an abs and thigh. Okay. But no back double. That was one of his strongest shots. How unfortunate is that? Roberto Bonomo coming on now. They're playing some Linkin Park, man. They're killing it. That's wicked. The individual for Tim Budesheim, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. I think Tim's looking pretty good. He looked better in the lead-up pictures. Yeah, he did. Yep. Even from the side, I think he looked better. But look, I'll show you guys the back lat spread because that actually was really good. I was very happy with that. Like, check that shit out, man. That is not bad at all. Not bad. No, he's got, like, that's why I don't know why he didn't hit a back double. You know, he skipped the back double in his individual. I think that was a mistake. I think that was a mistake. Is this Bonomo, I believe it is? Yeah. Bonomo looks pretty good. I think he'll do well in this show. Bonomo's hitting a shitload of most musculars. And I mean a shitload. That's like 6. There's more shots, guys. Yeah, Roberto Bonomo, yeah. All right. Coming up, Sergey Danalov. Yeah, number 5, I think that's Bonomo, Roberto Bonomo. Why are they using this upward camera shot? I will never understand, you guys. This is ridiculous. Sergey Danalov. I was optimistic from the pictures at first, but it looks like conditioning is going to be a factor for Sergey. Good conditioning from the side. Good conditioning from the side. I'll give him that. Decent back double, but he almost reminds me of like who is it? Beef Stew, Stuart Sutherland. Just not enough thickness in that back, and still a decent back lat spread though. Yeah, not a decent back lat spread is right. Now at least this guy's going to hit all the mandatories. Like, look, as far as I'm concerned, you're coming out and you're not hitting all the mandatories. I mean, you come out and you hit 6 most musculars. Like, it's not your individual routine. You know, this is your individual. Yeah, same damn shape is right, yeah. But Sergey's not bad. I'll give you guys a shot of Sergey. Okay, he's a big dude. He's big. And coming up next, Quint Beastwood, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get our first look at Quint Beastwood in his individual. Good crowd response, considering he's from, over here in Canada. How's he looking? Now we'll be able to really tell what we got. He's using the Disturbed song. That's cool. Indestructible, I believe. Abs look a little washed out, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, the abs look really washed out. At least from this angle. Yep, that's Disturbed. Side chest looks pretty good, It's as good as what we've seen. I'll say that. Still good detail from the back, We're still seeing decent conditioning when it comes to those glutes. Hamstrings look like they're pretty dug out. Good detail from the back, as good as ever. We can give it to him. But I do think that his physique is starting to look just a bit tired, and that is completely understandable after 5 shows. Would I still like to see him pull off the win here? I mean, I don't always like when people say, well, he deserves it because he did 5 shows. Well, he deserves it if he shows up with the physique on stage that is deserving of an Olympia qualification. You don't just deserve a win because you've done a bunch of shows and you've taken, top 2, top 3. Right? You guys will agree with that, but... Moritz Hannemann coming on stage, but you guys, this is the initial look at Quint Beastwood, okay? I'll be interested to see Stephane when it comes to the individual shots, and you guys, we will do comparisons of these individual shots as well as look at the first call out, second call out, all that fun stuff. Like, you can see the abs here. I mean, the abs are washed out. It is the downward angle. Maybe it's a lighting thing, okay? In fairness. But I don't think so. Side shots look better. Okay, I think everyone will agree. Side shots look better. But, the front is the first initial look at, what we're going to see from these competitors. The chat turned on Quentin. The lighting actually isn't bad. It's just this camera angle that's bad. Don't know why they're using this camera angle. They have a better camera angle. Maybe something screwed up with the camera. I don't know. But yeah, this is a terrible camera angle. Yeah, I'll give you guys a back double. Again, not bad. James Hollingshead taking the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Linkin Park paper cut that he's coming out to. Man, this is the best music track I've seen in the show, I'll tell you that. Starting out with the most muscular. Moving to the side chest. And James is looking a little small through the arms. This angle does not help you guys, I don't think. Side tricep. Decent in the side tricep. Moving to the back double. Yeah, lots of detail. Lots of detail. James is diced in the upper body and the back. Man, just, like I said, striations through the traps, lats, rhomboids, teres. It's a rare thing. The side tricep. Doing that front tricep, James. You're not allowed to do that. Okay, here's the side chest again. Didn't see a front double. Front lat spread. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're still not seeing the abs from James, unfortunately. That's too bad. Yeah, that's too bad. And no front double. James is a seasoned vet. I'm surprised that he didn't hit that front double. Oh, okay. Another back double. That's like a couple of back doubles that he hit. Well, the back double is his best shot. I understand why he hit it, but I'll show you guys what we're seeing from James. Max Johnson taking the stage currently. This is the initial look at James Hollingshead. And yeah, look, people were saying it going into the show that they thought James looked small. Okay, Kane disagrees. Kane says, I think you're wrong. James looks small. Hassan isn't in shape, and Stephane is way bigger than you're acting like he is. I'm not acting like Stephane is big. Stephane doesn't look big on his own compared to what I saw in the updates. And standing next to Hassan, I'm not sure because of that downward angle. I don't know. Stephane could be a lot better than I'm considering. We will see when it comes to the comparisons, because I guarantee that these guys will be standing next to each other. Snake says because of the lighting, they all look like shit. Oh, they don't look great. But look at this back double for James. And see that detail that I'm talking about, you guys. A lot of detail in this, okay? A lot of detail. Looks pretty damn good. Stephane using fake pictures on Instagram like a troll on stage. The live is now, bro. The live is now. Men's Open are on stage. I don't know. Matanush Lewandowski, I believe the name is, coming on stage now. But again, you guys, for the abs on James, I mean, look, everyone was calling it, and I was hopeful that at least the mid section would look a little bit more streamlined. I don't think it's any worse than what we've seen, but yeah. Hey, Big Mike Cox in the chat. What's going on, Mike Cox? You guys recently joined myself on the podcast with Ron Harris on the Meathead podcast. You guys can check out that episode and future episodes, I'm sure. Looking forward to it. Picture videos never do these guys justice. No, they don't. But this is what we have to go off of. So this is what we are going to, what we'll base it off of. At least it's all things equal, right? We can say that. If one looks bad, they all look bad. So at least we have that. Side shot for James. Yeah, he's not really in that one very good. I got a couple, I believe. Yeah, this is better. I don't know. What do you guys think? You know, not the best. It doesn't look like the best version of James that we've ever seen. Loho thinks Stephane Matala is impressive. Let's see if hey, he's moving up in that poll, you guys. 26% for Stephane Matala. Raymond Jones, you did a good job on the Meathead podcast. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, man. I appreciate you tuning in. Another French competitor, Thibaut Legier, I believe it is. Decent conditioning, but he's rushing his posing, and midsection's definitely off. I don't know. He might make a top 10 or 12 in this show. I've got another couple of James here. I don't have a back lat spread either. James, like I said, for a seasoned vet, I thought he would have at least gone through everything there. It's too bad. This is, I think, better execution. What do you guys think? Who looks best right now? I don't know. All right, he's coming out. Stephane Matala coming out for his individual. Big crowd response. And of course, they pull out the Enter Sandman Metallica track for Stephane, and he's very confident, you guys. You know, very confident. I will say that. He was bouncing around when it came to coming out for the initial quarter turns, trying to hype up the crowd. I'm going to let him work through a few shots here before I really make my decision. Very, very interesting poser. I'm seeing those chest striations. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he's still trying to hype up the crowd. See it? His back double looks better than I thought it would. But he's spending way too much time trying to hype up the crowd, dude. Just hit your shots. Like, yeah, okay, we're seeing that conditioning. Yeah, we're seeing it. Not maybe not from the hamstrings in the back, but let's take a look. Hassan Mostafa coming on stage next to you guys. Look at Stephane. Let me know what you think. Yeah, here comes Hassan Mostafa. Playing Black Sabbath Iron Man. I like it. Okay. Initially, that midsection on Hassan is going to be a problem. His front shots, I don't think are not quite what we would hope for. He does look like he's up 20 pounds. I will say that now. The arms look noticeably bigger, but look, I think that the midsection looks noticeably bigger as well, unfortunately. Quad detail was hoping, I was hoping I could see something more, and I'm just not. To be honest with you guys, this might be the worst that I ever saw his midsection look. This might be the worst. I can see some of you guys watching along at home, and look, this is what we're seeing from Hassan Mostafa. Yeah, not his best look. Notorious Devourer says still looks formidable from the side. I agree with that. I do agree with that. He does look good from the side. But I'll give you guys one of these side shots. You can see, like, that's where he can make up some ground, you know, when it comes to the midsection. But yeah. And I said that he would be more competitive from the side and from the back than he would from the front. And look, from the back, not bad, right? Midsection looks a lot smaller from the back. Looks a lot smaller from the back. So he does have some shots that he can do well in, but we're not seeing the detail in the glutes. Hamstrings, a bit of separation there, but I would have liked to see more. Not Hassan's best look. And, you know, Hassan said going into the show that he really wanted to wait to compete until he was going to show his best. I don't think this is his best. I think the 20 pounds up was a mistake. I think coming down 20 pounds would have been a better look for him. You know? Yeah, he's not ready. He's not ready. That's too bad. This is really getting frustrating when it comes to Hassan. It's really getting frustrating. I don't know if we'll ever see it. Dominic Voivod now on stage, and then they will be moving into the into the first call out, you guys. So again, unfortunate when it comes to Hassan. Look, I know a lot of people is talking about Stephane. Let me go back to him for a second, okay? Not bad. You know, not bad. This is really where you can see the striations in the chest there, you guys. You know, this is good. You know, this is good. I have to say. How's he going to compare? Well, we'll see. Tar Heel Prime IFBB Pro says Hassan has nailed it one time, and unless he gets back with AJ, it'll never happen again. Yeah, AJ's pretty much done with the pros, so I don't think that we'll ever see it. Okay, they are now bringing out all of the competitors, and we will see who they bring out. I think we've got a decent idea of who's going to be in that first call out. Let's take a look. A lot of people impressed with Hassan. You guys, I will put up a new poll after they finish this first round, okay? And we will see who you guys have after prejudging, okay? Because I see the poll moving in the other direction. I see it. What happened there? Budesheim was the best in this line. He can beat them all. I wouldn't quite say that. Tim was better than last week, or sorry, not last week, but last show. But all right, let's see. Okay, Quint Beastwood in the first call out. Okay, first call out is 6 individuals. Okay, let's see it. Okay. So we've got James Hollingshead in the first call out, Buonomo, Quint Beastwood, Sergey Danalov, Hassan Mostafa, they're putting in the middle. Okay, let's see. Left to right, James Hollingshead, Stephane Matala, or sorry, left to right, we've got James, and we've got Buonomo, Quint Beastwood, and Hassan Mostafa in the center. Wow. Then you've got Sergey Danalov and then Stephane Matala on the far right. I think a lot of people were expecting Stephane to be closer to the center. Interesting. Proportionally, Stephane, I think, doesn't stack up with these guys. This is such a different lineup. Okay, they're getting everyone else to spread out here. Not saying that Stephane doesn't look good, but when it comes to Quint Beastwood and Hassan in the center, these guys could not be, you know, more opposite. But there are some shots that I think Hassan may be able to. I don't know. Quint Beastwood looks good in that back double. I think they're going to end up moving these guys around. At least they're only doing a 6-man call out. We've seen shows where they'll do 7 or 8. Like, it's ridiculous. Back lat spread. Quint Beastwood looks good. Stephane looks good. James looks good. I think Hassan is going to start to get gassed here. It looks like he's starting to sweat. It's hard to tell because it's further away. But certainly looks like it. Hassan can't even hit a side tricep. Abs and thigh. Hassan is having trouble with an abs and thigh as well. Stephane looks good, I think, in the abs and thigh, but not seeing the greatest detail in the quads for Stephane as of yet. Muscular. Hassan looks massive, man. And I mean massive. Like, his legs don't even look real. Honestly. His legs don't even look real. Wow. Okay. They're going to have James Hollingshead and Stephane Matala in the center in a two-person call-out. Hold on, okay. Okay, so they're keeping in Stephane and James in the center. This is the second call-out. And now they're moving in Tim Budesheim. Dominic Woywat. Okay, so second call-out with... so presumably, James and Stephane at the bottom of the first call-out. I'm going to let you guys be the judge, okay? Let me take a second to get a couple of pictures up here. This is a bit of a strange one. Let me bring up a shot. Okay. You guys out. See if I can just get this smoothed in properly. Again, this camera angle, you guys, I'm sorry, but this is what they're providing us with. This is very unfortunate, but from what you can see, right? You guys let me know who you think has it. So they did swap these guys around a bit, and look, they have James and Stephane in the center of the second call out. Stephane is starting to sweat very bad. Looks like it anyway. Why? Anyway, I'm going to stop complaining about that camera angle. Yeah, Stephane is starting to sweat very bad. Very bad. But I think James is too. Yeah, Stephane is gassed, man. He is gassed. Gonna have to towel off before the next round. I have seen shows where they let guys kind of get off stage in order to towel off. I don't know if they're going to do that this time. But yeah, the waterworks are coming out. If they make them go through it again, Stephane is in trouble. I'll bring up a couple more shots for you guys. All right, they're going to let them go back. Front lat spread. I don't know if Stephane was, or if Hassan was quite in the shot there. But you can see the shape of Quint Beastwood. Granddaddy the Mall says Quinton looks awful. Notorious Devourer says Quinton and Hassan top two. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the show as well as the individuals. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Who's taking this shot? I think Quint Beastwood probably. Side chest. Like I said, Quint Beastwood looks pretty good. He's got that detail in that side leg that we can see, I think. Bonomo actually looks really good, I gotta say. Hassan, of course, has the mass, but, you know, the side shot, he's overwhelming with mass. It's not even comparable. Sergey Danalov, I think, is falling through on overall shape, unfortunately. Back double. You can see Hassan with that huge back and decent amount of detail from what we can see. Quint Beastwood, I think, though, decent balance from top to bottom as well. Yeah, again, Bonomo looks pretty good. A lot of detail from James as well. Hassan all over is the best from Granddaddy the Mall. You break it down shot by shot. Notorious Devourer says, as crazy as this sounds, Hassan might take this, just too much muscle. I mean, I don't know. Back lat spread. Again, the shape of Quint Beastwood I prefer, but the width. Look at that width of Hassan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I don't know. A lot of width. You know, a lot of width that we're seeing from Hassan Mostafa. Side tricep. Sorry. Bring up the first call out again. You can see, look, this is not Hassan trying to get into the pose. This is Hassan in the pose. He just can't hit it. He's too big. He's too big. Not great execution from Stephane Matala either, I will say. I think I might have a better one than this. Oh, that's the second call out. Sorry, I'll stick with the first call out for now. And again, not great execution from Hassan or from Sergey, but this is what these guys are presenting. Quint Beastwood, of course, excellent abs and thigh. I would give him that shot all day. Yeah, I would certainly give him that shot. And we do have, of course, the most muscular, ladies and gentlemen. Hassan Mostafa, huge, massive, like ridiculously huge. Okay, third call out just finishing up. They're going to bring everybody back out. Okay. Roberto. Okay, so Roberto Bonomo coming out, Hassan Mostafa, Quint Beastwood, and Sergey Danalov, ladies and gentlemen. This is your top four. From left to right, Roberto Bonomo, Quint Beastwood, we have Sergey Danalov, and we have Hassan Mostafa. And they're actually keeping Sergey Danalov in the center next to Quint Beastwood. I'm assuming that they'll move these guys around, but that's what we're seeing right now. What a turn of events to see James Hollingshead and Stephane Matala presumably out of the top four. Very surprising. Very surprising. Roberto Bonomo actually impressing me here. I did not expect him to compare as well in this lineup. Bit of an unknown going into this show for me. He's not a new competitor by any stretch, but you guys are too crowded on each other when it comes to this back double. They got to take a step. Yeah, Quint Beastwood taking charge, telling these guys to take a step. He's done enough shows this year. He's butted enough elbows with guys to know, take a step. It does everybody good. Back lat spread. The best shape is given to Quint Beastwood without question. So based on shape and overall conditioning and depth, I think very comparable between Sergey and Hassan, but I would give it to Quint Beastwood in the back lat spread. Side tricep, I would give it to Quint Beastwood because he can hit it. Abs and thigh. Oh, they finally switched to the good camera. Well, oh glorious day. Right at the end of the last call out of the top 4, we finally get the proper camera angle again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is about damn time. Move these guys around, do one more round. Come on. Put Hassan in the center, move out Sergey, go through this camera angle. Let's see it. Come on. We got to see it. They can't just do one. Oh. Okay, so they're moving Roberto Buonomo into the center and Hassan Mostafa. So left to right, we have Quint Beastwood, Roberto Buonomo, then we have Hassan Mostafa, and then we have Sergey Danalov. Now we're really going to see what these guys are made of. They better damn well stick with this camera angle. Yeah, Quint Beastwood has that detail in the side. I can't tell, but I think Hassan is starting to sweat a bit. Yeah, Quint Beastwood has, I think, like the shape is just undeniable. And Quint Beastwood, I think, doing the best when it comes to flowing through the poses as well. He's doing a very good job. You know, his feet aren't shuffling when he's moving from the back double to the back lat spread. His feet are planted, his legs are flexed, his hands are moving. That's it. It's a much better overall transition between poses, you know? He's keeping it tight. The most professional on stage in that aspect, without question. Without question. I'll bring up some shots here for you guys in a second, but I don't want to miss this, okay? Okay. They will be back for the routines shortly. They will be moving into the classic physique division. Okay. Finally, we get something. Something decent. Front double. What do you guys think? Okay, now they're bringing out the classic physique division, you guys. I'll see if I can keep up. We want to get through these men's open shots, though. Let me see. Who do you guys got in the front double? Who do you guys got? Again, I will start a new poll momentarily. You guys let me know who you have. Front double. Granddaddy them all has Hassan, I believe. James has obviously tried to work abs. I mean, yeah, of course. Of course he has. It's going to be tough for me to keep up a classic. Not lying. Quint Beastwood taking the front double? What do you think? It's a tough one for me. I mean, Quint is really good. You know, he's got the best shape, he's got the best flow. Got the best midsection. You know, he has visible abs, right? Not just the outline of abs. I will get to Stephane here in a minute. Let's see. Oh, I had ones of Quint Beastwood in the center. Actually, I'll go with that here shortly. Yeah, let's go with that. Oh, no, that was the downward angle. Never mind. We're not going to do that. Side chest. What do you guys got? Rizzo should have done this show. I agree. Rizzo should have done this show. Yep. Side chest. I got Hassan. I think Hassan has the biggest arm. I think that he has good proportions. Quint Beastwood has that detail in the side leg and the chest striation. But I mean, the mass of Hassan, man, he is huge. Massive guy. Do you think Sergey Danalov has this one? The guy on the right? Let's see. Sergey Danalov looks pretty good. It's true. That is someone that I was expecting to do fairly well coming into this show. Didn't really know it until I started looking at the start of this, but it looks pretty good. Oh, I should update this. Currently on stage is Classic Physique. Okay, let's move on to the next shot. Oh. Let's see. Group shots. Back double. You can see Bonomo kind of got the step forward on these guys, but what do you guys think? Who's taking it? I actually like Quint Beastwood in this one. I think he's got the shape, you know. Although Hassan is huge, no question. If I really had to pick, I mean, Quint I think is big enough, especially like just him being taller. Obviously, he needs to fill out, but I'd probably give it to Quint Beastwood. You know, what do you guys think? Who's taking the back double? Sergey looks good from the back. He doesn't look bad, but he doesn't have the depth and the detail of someone like Hassan or Bonomo. Even Quint Beastwood has that depth, you know, and he doesn't have the greatest shape either. He doesn't have the greatest taper. A lot of you guys say that Sergey is the best in this shot, though. China show was the weakest all year. I mean, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I agree. I said back double, I'd probably give to Quint Beastwood. See the back lat spread. Now, this one's interesting. Do I think this is the weakest open show of the year? Yeah, China. But I mean, this is, you know, this has got some decent stories going into it. I'll show you guys some of the ones of Stephane Matala. I think that there was some serious potential for this one. If Hassan had showed up in ridiculous shape, you know, if James did, if Stephane did. But yeah, it's hard to say. Is this the last show before the Olympia? I believe it is. Yeah, I believe so. Jake Pierce says, for sure, Hassan takes both back shots. Okay. All right. I understand why. Yeah, I understand. He has way more width, way more mass, way more. Doesn't have the taper that these guys have, though. I'd actually have him more top heavy in the back lat spread than even Roberto Bonomo, Quint Beastwood. But he does have the most width and just thick slabs of muscle. Like, incredible, man. Incredible. Next shot, abs and thigh. Again, Hassan, not quite in the pose, but look, Hassan does not have a good abs and thigh. Quint Beastwood, I think, takes the abs and thigh, in my opinion. He's going to be a hard guy to beat in that abs and thigh. But look, I'm going to show you guys Stephane Matala. I know a lot of people were interested to see how Stephane was going to end up stacking up here with James in that second call out. So let's get to it. You can see that. Apologize, Dominic Woywat. Initial shot is one thing. Let's see a couple of shots. Let's see. Okay. You can see the back lat spread, I think, is a shot that you would give to Stephane Matala. I don't think that there's any question there in particular. You can see James actually in the shot there now. Okay. Guys, let me know what you think. Back lat spread. Who's taking it? Stephane sweating hard. Yeah, Stephane was sweating very hard. Yeah. I'm going to do a new poll up, actually, you guys. Just at the end of this poll, 836 votes, 52% had Quint Beastwood winning the show, 27% Stephane Matala, James Hollingshead with 7%, and Hassan Mostafa with 14%. Now that we are finished the prejudging, let's take a look at what you guys might think. Let's do up a new poll.
Super set.
Let's see. Exact same list. James Hollingshead, Stephane Matala, and also our names is getting Hassan Mostafa. All right, new poll is live, you guys. Go for it. Surprised James hasn't learned to do a vacuum. A vacuum would serve James very well, I think. I think it would serve James very well. Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's get through a couple more shots. Stephane was starting to sweat very, very hard, you guys. Very hard, unfortunately. Side tricep, and look, this is Stephane in the shot. You know, not the greatest shot for Tim Budesheim either, unfortunately. But for Stephane, I mean, I thought that he should have been in that first call-out personally. He has the better shape than than James does. I think that they could have compared him with the top four, and that he would have done fairly well. Maybe he'll get that chance at finals. I'm not sure. Loho said Stephane Matala in the back lat spread. I agree. Side tricep, James Hollingshead. I agree with that too. Yep, all day. Oh, why is Stephane on the list now? Well, I suppose Sergey Danalov should have been. You're right. But I mean, look, Stephane is still racking up a lot of votes. You know? Yeah, I suppose you guys are right. I'm going to end this poll and I'm going to start. Yeah, you guys are right. Let's start another one. I feel like some people are going to be upset that Stephane was not in that, not in this poll, but we'll go with who is, actually in the call out for the top 4. And I apologize for misspelling Buonomo's name, but do my best. All right, new poll. New poll's up. First vote went directly to Sergey. I love it. I think Dragon Cuss 69 says, I think Quinton might win, but not because he's improved or anything. Mostly because it's a very low tier show. If you can't win here, forget about it. Go back to the drawing board. Well, I think that's essentially what's going to happen with Quint Beastwood, is that he wants to come in. Look, think about it, okay? You're Quint Beastwood. You just did 4 shows in very competitive lineups. You know, you had Urs Kalachinsky, who showed up out of nowhere for 2 shows in a row. Nobody saw the guy coming. He had to stand next to some very difficult competitors in Tampa and in Texas. I mean, again, guys that nobody would have expected, Jordan Hutchinson especially. Like, what are you supposed to do when you look at a show like the France Pro? Especially the fact that Regan Grimes didn't show up here. What are you to do? Well, you look at a show like that and you say, this is my opportunity. This is my chance to come in and win and get my Olympia qualification. That's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. James not in the pose here, but you know what? Even still, you can see James like letting that stomach go. The judges are always watching, man. You know, always watching. So unfortunate for Stephane Matala, but although I was expecting him to place higher, this is I guess close to in around where I thought he would be. No, I did think he would be higher. I mean, I did. I thought he would be a lot higher. But here we are. I'll go through some of the side-by-sides here in a second as well, you guys. Like, I've got the individual shots, although all these guys didn't hit all the individuals. Like I said, we currently have Classic Physique on stage. These guys are doing their individual routines. And I apologize. I'm not familiar with a lot of the Classic competitors. Mainly focused on the open here. But if we go back to some of the individuals, we can look at what these guys looked like when they were first coming out and try to do a little bit better of a comparison. Although it's that upward angle, we'll see what we can do. Let's see. Appreciate you guys getting in the chat. Bayou Muscle. Use code EP10. BayouMuscle.com. Davey saying that Quinton's body looking tired and wore out from all the competing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, look, it's his 5th show. But even still, I think all things considered, I don't think he looks too bad. No, I don't think he looks too bad. I think he could have been a lot worse. A lot worse. Some people don't understand the shows. This is not the Olympia. It's just a qualifier for next year with not a lot of prize money. Yeah, this is an opportunity to get to the show next year, to get to the Olympia next year, for sure. I think that more guys could have taken advantage of this show when it comes to it being so close to the Olympia. You know, a lot of guys are in shape now. Do your peak, who's into the Olympia, right? Maybe a missed opportunity for some, Grimes being one of them, comes to mind. But yeah, freedom fighter Stephane needs to work on his posing. Look, all of these guys, when they first came out for their individual, I think Quint Beastwood is the only one that hit all of the mandatory poses. Quint Beastwood, I think, is the only one that hit all the mandatories. That's a problem for me. You know, that's a problem for me. I really think that when you're coming out for your individual, I mean, it's the first thing that the judges see after you come out for the quarter turns. You should hit every shot. Now, I will put a caveat to that, okay? You should hit every shot unless you have a ridiculously bad shot, okay? If you have one shot that's particularly bad, then you shouldn't hit it. Glaze over that one. Okay, fine. But I mean, some of these guys missed 2 or 3. You know, they missed 2 or 3 of these of these individual shots. Granddaddy the Mall says, "Why are you glazing Quinton? He looks bad." Look, I think that considering he did 5 shows in a row, and I think he could have been a lot worse, is what I'm saying, okay? I think that he could have been a lot worse. And I mean, look at the poll. 59% have Quint Beastwood winning, right? He was well ahead after, he was well ahead in the poll after, or before the prejudging. Well ahead. Back lat spread was an interesting shot. You want to give it to the shape of a guy like Roberto Buonomo or Quint Beastwood? Or do you want to give it to the overwhelming mass of someone like Hassan Mostafa or Sergey Danalov? One thing you can definitely say is that Sergey is putting himself on the map in this show. You know, he's going to gain a little bit after this one. I think that's fair to say. Are open bodybuilders these days just stupid? No, I don't think so. No. I think there's a lot of reasons that guys might miss poses. You know, but I'm not to make excuses for anybody. I don't think you should be missing them. But here we are. They lack mobility. Some of them, yeah. Hassan looks crazy on the side chest. He does. You know, you could make an argument for him winning that shot. I would give him the side chest. Got the muscle. Trusty's fangirl Sergey looks really good on the lat spread. Very wide. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's not bad. Not the most shapely, but he is very wide. No question. No calves, though. Man, he's got no calves. Although neither does Roberto. Davey Addict, what's going on, brother? Welcome. Man, Hassan's lower body looks off. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Although I think it's looked worse. Yeah, this is not his best. Certainly not his best. I'm actually going to ask AJ what he thinks after prejudging. AJ Kelly Robert, what do you think, brother? Interesting to know what AJ thinks. They all fumbled the ball. Yeah, nobody really showed up at 100% here, did they? No, not really. But I mean, I think Quint Beastwood is going to end up taking home the win here. No, he doesn't have near the competition that he had at previous shows. Abs and thigh again. I would give to Quint Beastwood. Let's see. Black Patron says, I certainly hope the Olympia isn't going to be another disappointment. I don't think so, man. Don't let this show be any kind of reflection of what the Olympia is going to look like, brother. I would not do that. You got to remember who's in this upcoming Olympia, buddy. This is going to be an insane Olympia, I think, man. These guys are coming for blood. I'm telling you right now, coming for blood. I think this Olympia is going to be the most insane in at least the last 5 years. At least. AJ's a monster. He's like 6'6". Yeah, so AJ Kelly Robert says he thinks that Quint Beastwood dominated. Easy win for Quint. And he said, I like Roberto in second. He likes Sergey Danalov in third and Hassan in fourth. There you go. You guys agree or you guys disagree? What do you guys think? I might put Hassan in third. Shot for shot. I might. Dorian Coleman, James is getting a new coach tomorrow. Yeah, imagine. How did James look? His updates look tiny. I can show you some individuals of James. Let's get into it. Okay, the individual presentations for Classic Physique are now over. They will be moving into the callouts now, and then we'll be moving into the finals, I believe, shortly after that, you guys. I'll give you an individual of James here. What was his best? Side tricep wasn't bad. You can see what we had from James. But look, let's put James up against someone. Again, they did zoom in on these pretty hard, you guys, but see if I can pull this off. Let's see. I know that Quint Beastwood's a little taller. Sizing might be an issue, but like this is what we got. Right? This gives you a little bit more of a perspective on the shape of James when it comes to this side tricep. Definitely his best shot, you know? Definitely his best shot. He never hit a front double in his individual. Did not hit a front double. James shaved the beard. It's a bad look. A lot of guys do for the shows. Yeah, a lot of guys do. Is this live for real or a scam? No, this is real, bro. His midsection is off. So many stupid excuses for James. There's no excuse for this. Yeah, look, I'm not making excuses for the guy. He showed up and he's not nearly at his best. Not even close. Like I said, when he came out for his individuals, he barely hit any shots. I mean, he hit a most muscular like 6 times, I think. Something crazy like that. He hit the side chest twice. Like, essentially, James hit a most muscular. Then he hit a side chest. Then he hit a side tricep. Then he hit a back lat, or he hit a back double. Skipped the back lat spread. He went to a side tricep again. Then to a most muscular. Then another side chest. And then a front lat spread. Then back to a most muscular. Not making excuses for the guy, right? And look, he's going to know this too. You know, he's going to know. I was hoping he would show up better. I really like James as a person, and I think that he is very, very good for bodybuilding. But no, this is not his best showing by any stretch of the imagination. Not by any stretch. let's do a back double comparison between him and Quint Beastwood, shall we? Fairly decent when it comes to sizing, perhaps. Right? So, a strong point for James, we will say. Right? We can call this a strong point. Davey Addict says, I think it's time for James to hang it up. I think he's got some work to do. I was just telling AJ, maybe Hassan takes third for winning more shots, but that one's very close. Yeah, that one's very close. I don't know. Anyway, like I said, I'm not I'm not going to make any excuses for James whatsoever. Yeah, the Olympia is always an expensive live stream. Sergey's winning, guys, says ChatGPT. Okay. There. Why don't we compare Sergey? I think I got Sergey's back double. Should be back here. Yep. Okay. Oh, I wanted to put him against Quint Beastwood. Let me straighten that out. Because, I mean, look, I think we can all agree Quint Beastwood is winning the show, right? They're similar height. Yeah, look, when you look at it like this, Sergey's not bad. But you can just see there's just more detail from Quint Beastwood. Sergey really does remind me of, like, beef stew when it comes to the back double. It doesn't quite do it for me. Yeah, it doesn't quite do it for me. Well, what do you guys think? Okay, see you later, Black Patron. Thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate you, brother. We'll see you in the next one. I think Quinton is winning the show. Yeah, I think he is too. Yeah, I think he is too. As you guys also agree in the latest poll that we put up. Now, look. Why don't we look at something a little bit more interesting, shall we? Stephane Matala. Not someone that I was expecting to place that low at this show. Size these guys a little bit. Set this one up, shall we? I think Quint is a little bit taller. Any thoughts on this one? What do you guys think of this? I think that this shows a little bit of the difference between the conditioning of the top guy, Quint Beastwood, to what we're seeing from Stephane in the front shots, at least. No, I think this does show a lot. Yeah, Davey Addict says, what happened to Stephane? I get having your coach drop you is a huge deal, but dang. Yeah, well, it's the last few days, like, especially 24 hours leading up to the show, what really matters. You know, and he didn't have the best of the best to help him out. Now, we would have had people he could call on. Hassan and FC, definitely one. But he would not know the intricacies of what Patrick Tor has done up to this point. There's going to be mistakes made. You know, there's going to be mistakes made. There's no question. It's always interesting. I definitely got to get AJ back on the show. Who's the Dura? Oh. I don't know who that is. Said a friend send me another pro that I don't know. Anyway, let's look at a couple other shots. Let's look at a side shot. Oh, wait, side shot for Quint Beastwood on this one. Let's see the side shot for Stephane, just so everybody can get a bit of an understanding on what happened. And again, Quint Beastwood's the only one that hit all his mandatories. Stephane didn't hit all his mandatories. Davey Addict says, I was behind the hype train for Stephane. Maybe have to abandon that one. Nah, give him time. Give him time. I still think that he can be good. I think he can be good. But he's got some work to do. Yeah, he's got some work to do. All these guys got some work to do, really. Like, think about it. All these guys got some work to do, don't they? Yeah, Freedom Fighter 17 guys. Stephane is new in this open. Don't be so hard on him. I agree. You know, I agree. Give him time. Give him time. Regardless of what Patrick Torre has to say, he still does have tremendous potential. Whether or not he meets that potential, this is his first show in the open. He does deserve to have more time in order to really see where he's going to land. No, I think he does deserve more time. Yeah. Yeah, Davey Addict says, you're dead on with the comment about them all having work to do. None of them would be top 14 at the O. No, I don't know if any... I don't know if any of them would place inside the top 16, really. Here, let me see about... Let's see about a... the most muscular was a really good shot, I will say, for Stephane. Probably his best. Didn't really get a great most muscular Quint Beastwood, but, you know, you can generally see Stephane, again, was really sweating profusely when it came to that second call-out. Really started sweating bad. But I think James was sweating a bit too. Unfortunate for both. Needs another full year of prep, Stephane. Yeah, he does. Nah, he needs another full year of prep for sure. I agree. Freedom Fighter 17 says, we all think in 2 or 3 years, I'm assuming, you can change your whole body, but it is not for everyone. If you watch Quinton videos from 4 years ago, he looks almost the same as today. I'd have to go back and look. I do think that he's put on some size. You know, I do think that he's put on some size. Substantial? No. I would have expected more from Quint Beastwood by now from a size standpoint. I thought he definitely would have had more size on. Not the case. Oh, not the case. All right. Now, on the other hand, you have a guy like Hassan Mostafa. Right? Ridiculous. Ridiculous mass. This is kind of a... I'm not really sure how to compare this crab compared to the hands clasped, but let's see if we can compare something a little better. How about a back double? It's a good comparison. Like I said, you guys, we can't really go through each pose for these guys because not all of them hit all the mandatories. I mean, that's one of the most disappointing things here. Quint Beastwood standing taller than Hassan Mostafa, no question. So this gives us a little bit better of an idea, I feel, than even the other ones did. Okay, they're taking a short break on the live stream. Maybe 15 or 20 minutes is what they're going to take. Okay. So again, you guys let me know what you think. The detail of Quint Beastwood, the flow of Quint Beastwood, the detail and the mass of Hassan Mostafa. Problem with Hassan is that there's no detail, no separation in his muscles for some reason. I think he's got decent detail and separation in the back. You know, in the upper back. Lower body, no. Quads, no. Side chest, I mean, really, honestly, I mean, no. No. But he's fighting for second or third. Nah, probably third. I feel like Roberto Bonomo has second place, to be honest. Especially based on the last call out. But we'll see. Hassan looks huge. It's ridiculous, says Davey Addict. Yeah, I mean, he does. He looks ridiculous, man. Hassan has the most muscle to height of all of them. Yeah, he does. He does. But he just does not have that conditioning. He never has. I don't know if he ever will. Side chest was a good comparison for these guys. Let's see. You can see the size difference here, you guys. I mean, it is ridiculous. Even though I think Quint Beastwood may be a little bit taller. You know, but even if we were to do this, I mean, you still see the overwhelming mass of Hassan Mostafa. It's just, it's ridiculous. Honestly, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I'll show some shots of Sergey as compared to as compared to Quint Beastwood here too. Davey Addict says in the side chest, Hassan reminds me of one of those bulls with the myostatin deficiency. Oh, man. I don't know what to say about that one, to be honest with you, dude. The guy's huge. He's thick. I mean, yeah, he's... Yeah, it's a tough one. Who do I got winning? I do have Quint Beastwood winning. I do. I think Quint Beastwood is taking home the win here. Granddaddy of them all says, Quinton looks way too stringy. Taller means nothing. I do think that, especially standing next to Hassan, he looks small. He does. He looks small. It's not even comparable when it comes to size. I do think that Hassan Mostafa wins the side chest. Freedom Fighter says, I still say Quinton is the most beautiful guy on stage today. Urs wins this way, so maybe Quinton can too. Oh, I think that Quinton is definitely winning. I don't think that anybody's going to take home the win aside from Quint Beastwood. And look, even in the poll, okay, we've got 51% for Quint Beastwood, 28% for Sergey Danalov, okay? Hassan Mostafa taking 20% and Roberto Buonomo taking 1% in this vote. Very interesting. Quinton is lucky that his structure carries him. Kinda. Yeah, kinda. He needs more size. This, if there's one thing that you can easily take away from this season for Quint Beastwood, is that he is just not big enough. Okay. I've heard that he is planning on going to the UK to be with Samson in his off season, spend significant time training with Samson Dauda. And I'm not talking about, you know, being at Samson's house, living there or anything like that. No. I'm talking about him having an Airbnb, being close to the show, and or being close to Samson's gym, being close to his home, being there with him as much as possible. But we're not talking about from a standpoint of you know, living with Samson. However, training with Samson in the off season, I think, could be very, very good for him. Very good. Is this fair when it comes to Hassan? When it comes to height? I'm not sure. Maybe. Yep, maybe. But you can see the difference here in the shape and the size. Huge difference. I mean, a massive difference. Quinton needs to be like 320 on stage to have the same amount of muscle as Hassan. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he absolutely does. He really does need to gain significant size. There's no question. Slims Keebler. If you put Hassan's muscle on Quinton, he could win big shows. Yes, he could. As long as he kept that midsection, he definitely could. And his conditioning. Just take the size from one to the other, 100%. Yo, man, my kid Carson says, hi. What's up, Carson? Thanks for tuning in, dude. Your dad is a great competitor, buddy. Your dad, I'm telling you, he's in good shape. Shout out to Davey Addict. Dragon Coup 69. Quinton is lucky that his structure carries him. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it does carry him quite far. He needs more size. He needs more quad sweep. He needs more everything, really. Like, even more conditioning. Honestly, he needs more of that too. He does look tired in this show. You know, he does look tired, and he should look tired. It's 5 shows in a row. You're not going to be able to keep that kind of conditioning, man. The guy's got to be tired. Does love bodybuilding. He does love the bodybuilding lifestyle. That's all well and good. But eventually, you have to hang it up. You have to let the body recover. And this is only to his advantage to take that time. Go gain the mass. The bodybuilding world is begging you to put on that mass. Without a doubt, that's what his plan is. Undoubtedly, Quint Beastwood is planning on putting on that mass, okay? But when it comes to this show, on this day, with these competitors, Quint Beastwood, I think, is going to be crowned the winner. Let's see a couple more comparisons. Back lat spread. I wasn't expecting Roberto Buonomo to be that good, so I didn't get a whole lot. But look, Sergey Danalov, okay? Everybody really thought that Sergey had a fantastic back lat spread. Let's see it compared to the guy that's presumably in first place, Quint Beastwood. Right? These guys are similar height, I think it's fair to say. Right? Fair? Pretty fair, I think. What do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think about this comparison. I just made his day. That's great, man. That's great. The Big M-Bomb. What's going on, brother? Thanks for stopping in. Hassan thick as one of those Saskatchewan ladies. Quint really just needs to stop scrunching his shoulders up so much it makes him look narrow. I think he's doing what he can to appear bigger. You know, I think he's doing what he can to appear bigger. But look, consider the back lat spread. Everybody said that Sergey Danalov had a really good back lat spread. I would argue that the taper is not as good as Quint Beastwood. The width definitely is good, more muscle, without question. But I just don't think the shape is as good as Quint Beastwood, and that's part of what is going to win him this show. That is part of why he placed very high when it came to the previous shows that he's done, is his shape. It's like someone said before, I think it was, I'm not sure who it was. Was it Dragon Kuss? I'm not sure. His shape carries him. Yeah, his structure carries him. It was, yeah, okay, it was Dragon Kuss, yeah. What's this? It's been a while since Milos had an insulin subject. Quinton could give him a shot. You know, Ron Harris actually said that Quint Beastwood should go and train for 6 months with Milos as well. You know, get that mass. Worked for Samson. Certainly worked for Samson. But look, who would you guys give this shot to? I'd give it to Quint Beastwood. Can I make a back comparison of Tim Budesheim, Stephane, and Quinton? I believe I can. Let's see. Stephane. As long as they all hit the shot. That's one thing about this show is not everybody even hit all these shots. It's ridiculous, honestly. Who else did you want to see? Tim? If I can add another picture. Let's see. Yeah. Sure can. Give me a second to set this up. Okay, we're getting somewhere. And Tim Budesheim. I don't know where Tim is going to place in this lineup. Think this is fair? Yeah, I think this is fair. What do you guys think? There you have it. Tim Budesheim, Quint Beastwood, and Stephane. I think Quinton's probably a little bit bigger, to be honest. Like, this is probably more fair. I don't know if you guys would agree with me, but I think so. So what would the thoughts be behind this one? Still got Quint Beastwood with 53% of the vote. 26% Sergey Danalov. 19% Hassan Mostafa. 1% for Roberto Buonomo. I think Roberto is going to potentially place pretty high here, you guys. Use the white square on the floor. It's not always accurate because, look, if you line up the white square, then the logos on the back don't always line up, right? Because they were zooming in and out differently on these guys. So you can't necessarily go by that. I'm just going by their general height. Really, like, to look at these shots, you can consider, you know, overall detail, I think, more than anything. And it seems like Tim Budesheim, it does crunch down on his lower back a little bit more than than Quinton and Stephane. So take that for what it is. But yeah, Freedom Fighter, you wanted to see this. What do you think? Tim is a terrible poser. Tim's got some work to do. Yeah, he's got some work to do in this shot. Stephane looks amazing. He looks better in the back than I thought he would. Yeah, he looks better than I thought he would. I'm going to see what Xavier Wills has right now, you guys. Why not check out? I'm going to get Xavier back on the podcast here. We'll, I don't know. I'm going to have a lot to talk about when it comes to this show in particular. I'm not, yeah, I'm not sure. Just got a photo sent to me by AJ Kelly Robert. Yeah, Roberto Buonomo. Yep, he looks fantastic. AJ thinks that Roberto is slaying James, just from even a size factor. You know, James was, yeah, James was one I wasn't really sure how he was going to do. I don't know if these guys all hit. I'm going to see if Stephane actually hit the back lat spread. Let me check. No, he didn't. Guys, man, ridiculous. Here, let's check out a front double comparison with all these guys, shall we? Just in fairness, I would say Quint Beastwood, then Stephane, then Tim. If you guys want me to swap anybody else, you let me know. Oh, front double. Sorry, front double. See, this is what I'm saying. The camera ends up getting moved around, right? So I kind of go by the feet. Just try to line up the feet. Anyway, sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. Front double? I don't know. Who do we want to go with in the front double? I mean, look, Hassan was a disaster in the front double. Like, you know, like, I don't think that's even worth comparing, honestly. Like, Hassan was not good in this front double. You would give this one to Quint Beastwood, I feel. Fair to say? Anybody disagree? Freedom Fighter says, I don't really see Quint as a Mr. Olympia. Now we have Samson, and they are the same type. In the last 8 years, we had 7 different Mr. Olympias. Maybe they don't want Quinton after Samson. Well, Quinton has not earned the right to stand next to Samson by any stretch. I mean, Quint Beastwood has a ton of work to do. I don't think that Quint Beastwood has earned the right to stand next to anybody in that top 4, because I don't think that he would be comparable with anybody in that top 4 at the Olympia. I mean, maybe guys like Tony O'Burton. I gotta move. I just realized that Hassan is blocking me here. Let me slide this down. Yeah, no, there's a lot of work to do here, you know, a lot. Potential, yes, but right now, I mean, no, absolutely not. You know, absolutely not. Quint Beastwood has a lot of work to do. Although I think he's had a good season, there's still a lot of work to do. Stephane has no lats from the front, at least. No, but his back does look better than I thought it would. Now, mind you, you guys, this was the downward camera angle, right? So you got to take that for what it is. But it doesn't seem to be affecting even someone like Quint Beastwood or Hassan, especially Hassan. He's massive, but regardless. Okay, let's continue. Let's consider. I'll tell you what. I've got a most muscular of Roberto Bonomo. Okay, it was a pretty good one. No, that's got to stay as Quint Beastwood. I got to keep Quint Beastwood in the center. Quint Beastwood is ahead after prejudging as far as I am concerned. So let's stick with that. Okay. I don't think anybody would necessarily disagree with that. What? Checo Bonomo. Okay. This guy stood next to Quint Beastwood when it came to that last call out. This is who they had him standing next to. Him. And they also had who else do they also have? Sergey Danalov. So for Danilov, okay, huge, monster, really good most muscular when it comes right down to it. He's got the hardness, he's got the graininess, doesn't have that quad separation, but you can see the vascularity even from this angle. Oh, very impressive. Are they conditioned or not? Everyone looks rough. I wouldn't say anybody is in stand-out condition in this show. I wouldn't say anybody's in stand-out condition. No. Don't say it all. Dwight Ferguson says, Quinton is doing the right thing, taking this time, putting on enough weight in the right area. He needs to be weighted through the pounds. Needs to be weighed through the pounds, doing his off-season on stage, really ready, 285 shredded. I don't know about the weight in particular, but what I do, like, think about Nick Walker, right? Like, the weight, honestly, like, is an indicator, but it doesn't mean everything. I mean, hell, Nick Walker's like 275 or so now. No? Just needs to be bigger. I would rather go by the number of pounds that I think he needs to gain. Gain 10 pounds of stage weight. And we'll see. Say 10 pounds. Quads, shoulders. Let's see it. Quads, shoulders, arms. Better conditioning. That's Quint Beastwood in a nutshell. Kartik Aurora, I just want Quint to win so he can focus on getting bigger and have a proper offseason after such a long stretch 2025 season. I agree. Yep, I absolutely agree with that. Appreciate you guys getting in the chat as well. Thank you everyone for being here. If you are new here, please subscribe to the channel. Appreciate everybody hitting that subscribe button. Hit that like button as well. Use code EP10 on BayouMuscle.com. Get 10% off your order. Helps the channel out substantially, you guys. And fantastic products. Trust me, I would not endorse anything less. Appreciate all you guys being here. Okay, 5 minutes and they're bringing everybody back out. 5 minutes. Dragon Coos 69 says, Quinton is fighting to win a qualification at the lowest tier possible. He's far, far, far from standing next to Samson. I agree. I absolutely agree. He has quite a distance until he catches Samson Dauda. If he ever catches Samson Dauda. He's got a long way to go. Samson also has probably 7 or 8 years on him. Consider that. But yeah, he's got a ways to go. Good season. I do think that he had a good season, but it's time to take the off season after this. It is time to put on that mass. Okay. Roberto Bonomo, very impressive. Don't kid yourselves, you guys. He could be your second place finisher. Okay. He could be your second place finisher. When you don't have a big name in bodybuilding, though, and you don't necessarily stand out compared to others for whatever reason, you know, you can't get lost, but the judges see all, okay? They see everything. And I think they're seeing Roberto Bonomo in a very strong position to take home a very high placing here. I didn't see the guy coming. Skyfrost JOS. Hi, everyone. How about Stephane Matala? So we did go through Stephane. He just didn't have the conditioning. No, he fell down in the conditioning department, and as I suspected, didn't have the size to stand next to these guys either. Holy shit, I'd have both of them over Quinton on the most muscular. Yeah, it's not a strong shot for him. Thank God he doesn't hit like a crab kind of thing, like he doesn't have the arms for it. This is the best way for him to hit it. Same thing with the hands on hip. He doesn't have the arms. You got to have the arms to hit anything, you know, like that, and he doesn't have it. Quinton will look tired at the O with all these shows. He's not going to... This is a qualifier for the 2026 Mr. Olympia, so you will not see him on stage at the 2025 Olympia. That is not happening. This is for 2026. It is the first qualifier for 2026. So look, presumably Quint Beastwood being our winner. Let us see. Let's go with a... let's go with a side chest, okay? Let's go with a side chest. The side chest of Hassan Mostafa, again. Excellent shot for Hassan. He can hide that midsection. He's got great arms. You know, this is very good for Hassan. This is the kind of places where Hassan can really make up some difference. Sergey at the same time, very good in this shot as well. Guys, let me know what you think. Side chest. I like Sergey in this shot. I do. He's got a huge chest, man. Really wide across the chest. This is a good shot for him. Yep, very good shot. Jose Sardouy, apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, says Quinton and Samson have very similar bodies. Both have huge arms and lack back maturity. Quinton needs to go over 300 pounds this offseason, but keep the body fat down. So I think that Quint Beastwood needs more arms. I don't think that he has near the arms that people think he does. The front double, he's got a good set of arms, but side chest, he needs more arm. He needs more width across the arms. Good shape, but just needs more size. Yeah, there's more to it than that. Definitely more to it. Ime Prezim, I believe it is, just started watching. Could Sergey actually take this? No, I don't think he's going to win, but he could be as high as top 2, top 3. Yep, for sure. Good showing for him. Very good. I don't see Quint winning this show deservedly in any shape or form, and I like his physique. He just looks soft and watery. Well, my question would be, who would you have winning the show then? I mean, really, like at this point, who else would you give it to? Shot for shot, in all of the 8 mandatory poses, I think Quint Beastwood does win the most. Yeah, I think that would win the most. Xavier Wills, just talking to Xavier Wills at Desktop Bodybuilding. He says that he has Quinton, Sergey, Hassan, and Roberto. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Very good. Very good. No, and you know what? I think that he could be correct. I'd say Hassan in a solid 3rd place, though. Yeah, yeah. Okay, they are going to start the show back up again, you guys. Unfortunately, for Quint Beastwood, like I said, I don't want to take away from the fact that the guy showed up at 5 shows this year. He made it very exciting, you know. But I think that there's just more for him to do. Obviously. Okay, they are bringing back out the competitors, and they are going with bikini to start. So let's update that. So everybody's going to start back up. They'll do the 10. They'll probably do the 10 individuals comparisons, and then they'll give the awards. I don't know if they'll do the men's open second like they did before, or if they will put the men's open on last. Hopefully they'll do them second, because I mean, look, I think that we have a pretty firm understanding of where this show is going to go at this point, you guys. You know, although anything can happen. No, anything can happen. But let me know if you guys want to see any other comparisons. Yeah, Xavier just making a good point. Where would Louis Breed have placed in this lineup? Now that... Never even thought about that. Never even thought about that. Louis Breed in this lineup. You guys let me know, where would Louis Breed have placed? He would have had the mass. He would have had the conditioning. I mean, man, I don't know. I don't know. Louis Breed would have done very, very well here. Yeah, good point on Xavier's spread. Shit, man. Okay, they're bringing everyone back out. So you guys were one step closer to getting to that final men's open. We shall see. Yeah, I think we all forgot about him. All of Russia is rooting for Danalov. Come on, brother. Yeah, let's go. He's look, Danalov impressed me, man. Yeah, Danalov impressed me. I'll do another shot with Danalov here. Let's see what else we can set up. What else did I get for Sergey Danalov? No, we got a back lat spread. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. I think Hassan did a back lat spread. If not, I'll swap in someone else. Yeah, more or less. Let's see. It's not really in it, but I mean, we'll go with it. Oh, they're giving out the awards. Oh. Oh, they're giving out the awards right now for bikini. Okay. Okay. Cool. Look, not to take anything away from the other divisions, you guys. I have respect, like I said, for anyone that walks on that stage. But I mean, look, we all have our preferences, right? When it comes to the actual, you know, what we're here to see kind of thing. And I think that's okay too. You guys got in the back lat spread. Sergey wins, and it's not really close, says Paul Bartlett. He's the only guy in stage condition. That's interesting. If his head was smaller, it would be more obvious. He has a huge head, and Quinton has a Crizzo-style small head. You have to look around it. He's real thick around the neck, isn't he? He's got a lot of neck thickness. Yeah. Wonder how he trains. Lewis would have won. Yeah, you know, Lewis. Okay, if I mean, look, you can't say, but I mean, look, I think top 2 would have been without question. I think it would have been without question. All right, the awards have been handed out for the bikini division. Very interesting. You guys, we are one step closer to that men's open. Very good. Again, thank you everybody for being here for this live stream. Really appreciate all you guys being here. I really do enjoy doing these live streams and being able to chat with you guys directly. I actually want to start doing some of the Bodybuilding Breakdown podcast live, you know, with guys like Lee Priest and Xavier Wills, Marks Max Muscle, you know, all the guys I typically have, as well as, you know, some of these other, like Ron Harris has been joining me a lot lately. I really enjoy having Ron on the show. AJ Kelly Roberts, you know, has been asking me, you know, if we're going to do a show wrap up or anything like that. Love having AJ on the show too. You know, there's more and more people looking to come to this channel to talk bodybuilding, and I want you guys to have the ability to come and talk directly with them as well. So again, thank you all you guys for being here, and let me know if you do want to see the Bodybuilding Breakdown do some live streams. You know, I think it'd be a really good time. Okay, so moving on to, they are moving on to the classic physique. Moving on to classic, you guys. Categories, bikini is done. On to classic. On to classic. I believe they're going to do individuals. Yeah, numerical order probably for the top 10. Well, let's do a most muscular comparison with James. Okay, so they are doing the individual routines for classic now. Just want to do a quick most muscular comparison because Quint Beastwood, I know you guys, a lot of you weren't saying that he had a great most muscular. And I don't think it's fantastic by any stretch. Just to compare to James, just for fun, let's see it. And hell, let's keep Sergey in there. A lot of people impressed with Sergey Danalov this show. Understandably so. He has a really good front lat spread too, actually. I'm going to compare that next. Really good here, you guys. Really good. You know, this is a good comparison. James, again, notably missing the detail in the abs. And Quint Beastwood, I think looking good. But I mean, a guy like Sergey Danalov just honestly dominating this shot. Really dominating. Just don't be like Muscle Discord. Let me know what you mean. Yeah, I don't think I am. Yes, maybe Lewis would have won at least second. Yeah, I think probably. I agree. Lewis would have had James's condition with Hassan's freakiness, and I think he would have had better condition than any of these guys, honestly. Ron Harris is an industry legend and always a good addition. Yeah, Ron's great, man. I really enjoy having Ron on the show. I love having Ron on the show. He'll be on more. You know, I've been on his podcast now twice as well, and always great conversations. Latest one was myself, Beatty Farrell, Mike Cox, and Ron. It was a great show. You know, great show. Looking at the poll, 56% still have Quint Beastwood in the lead. So, 25% Sergey Danalov. There's someone that nobody was expecting coming into the show. I think everybody would agree that nobody had Sergey Danalov. You know, I don't even know if he was on anybody's radar. Let's see. Again, I don't want Roberto Buonomo to be forgotten because, like I said, he is going to be, it looks like, potentially in that top 3. So, again, a pretty good comparison, I think. A pretty good comparison. This guy is going to make a name for himself after this show. Paul Bartlett says, not a fan of Quinton's delts and arms. A bit too much fullness, if you catch my drift. He definitely has more size in terms of muscle mass that he needs to put on in many, many areas. Yeah, many areas. I should get Lewis Breed back on the podcast and ask him how he thought he would do at this show. Must be killing him right now, man. It must be killing him. Should look around the bodybuilding world and see what other people have to say about this show. Max Muscle, I wonder what he has it right now. Let's ask him. Let's see. Top 4 placing. Let's see what he says, just for fun. Okay, look, let's get off of these three-way comparisons here for a second. Let's go back to these final group comparisons for a second. Okay. Look, these were these panned up shots, but I still think it says a lot. I still think it says a lot, especially when it comes to that front lat spread for Sergey. Like that's a really good front lat spread. Oh, really good front lat spread. I think everybody could agree with that. What do you guys think? Who do you think wins this shot? What are the results? The results are coming up very quickly. We should only be maybe... It shouldn't be long. They're just getting through the classic routines now, and then we'll be on to... the men's open. So they'll do the individuals for the men's open, and I imagine do the awards after that. Paul Bartlett says, oh God, an easy win for Regan. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Regan could have walked away with this one. Lewis Breed, I think, if he had to did the show, but seeing as how Regan didn't want to do it, well, I would have given it to Lewis, I think. I think Lewis Breed would have been able to win this show. Damn shame. Let's see. Danalov is taking second. That'd be AJ. Sergey is very good in some positions. Well, front lat spread, he's very good. That's for damn sure. All right, let's see what else. There, look, even here. I mean, good midsection considering he had tape over his belly button for presumably hernia surgery that he had in the past. You can really see where Hassan just falls apart. Man, just falls apart in that front double. I hate to say it. I like Hassan. I do. I like Hassan, but the front double is his worst shot by far. Well, side tricep's pretty bad because he can't hit it. Yeah, side tricep, but front double's not far behind. He wins the back and side poses for sure versus Quinton. Is it Sergey or Sergey? I think it's Sergey? I don't know. That's what I'm going with. We do have a Russian in the chat. Maybe he can maybe he can tell us. Here, look, let's keep going. Side chest. Right? Really good for Sergey. Really good shot for him. Yeah, he's from Russia. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sergey is, yeah. I saw him. It was a Russian Grand Prix, I think. He came on my radar. I don't remember if it was last season or season before. I think it was last season. And he's put on some mass since then. You know, he looks, he's definitely better. Almost out of coffee. That's a travesty. Actually had a client of mine, an environmental consultant, that gave me this mug, and I've been using it since. Thing's an expensive mug, man. Perks of diving. Yeah, for those of you guys that may not be familiar, I do own and operate a commercial diving company, just as a side note. I've been doing it for 11 years now, and I've been a diver since I was 11 years old. YouTube I do, and I cover pro bodybuilding because I love pro bodybuilding, and I've been training since I was 14 years old. I just love it. Hassan. Yeah, Paul Bartlett says, look at Hassan's arm. Jesus Christ, I know. And that's part of what puts him ahead of guys like Quint Beastwood and Roberto Bonomo in this shot. It does. It puts him ahead. It's better. For sure. Yep, definitely better. Let's look at another shot. Back double. Right? This is a good shot for these guys. Yeah, this is a good shot. You can see the shape of Quint Beastwood. Like, he flows really well. You know, he just doesn't have that conditioning in the lower body. None of these guys do. Not one. From what we can see in the live stream. Of course, it's always different in person, but not quite seeing it. Oho says, I started at 19, and I think we're the same age, 37. Yeah, man, yes, they're 37, yep. Well, they said that Valentin Petrov has no music. One of the classic competitors. That's different. Yeah, that's different. And you guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel because we'll be going live for the Olympia. I mentioned it earlier that if I can pull it off, I think that I will actually be able to do a live stream from the gym that I train at, Moxham Fitness. So my backdrop for the weekend will be the gym that I actually train at, you guys. And we're going to be doing some giveaways through BayouMuscle.com, the sponsor of the channel. And I honestly am very, very excited for what that could really bring. I think that you guys are going to get very excited about it as well. Freedom Fighter 17, have you ever competed or did you just want to? You know, I never competed and I never really wanted to. See, the thing is, my career has been diving for forever. You know, I've been a diver my whole life. And when it comes to diving, there's a physiological effect that takes place when it comes to diving. You actually accumulate nitrogen inside of your muscle tissue when you dive, right? So to train and be an active diver is a very difficult thing to do. There's a lot of variables. Diving is very physically strenuous, and I made my diving career my priority. I've always loved to train. I've always loved the bodybuilding lifestyle. I've always loved the sport, but when it comes to actually competing, it's just not something that I really took the time to do because of my diving career. Maybe someday, maybe, you know, I'm only 37 and I have been considering it more since I started doing this. But at this point, I mean, honestly, you guys, the diving that we do, like the commercial diving, it's really just a ton of fun too, you know, like life is an adventure for me. Honestly, I've done jobs all over the maritime provinces in Canada, the Arctic, Newfoundland. I mean, I've been to places and done things and seen things that people just don't do. You know, I love this and I needed this for my life as well. You know, I need this outlet. I need bodybuilding. But I'm glad that I was able to really try to get into it at the highest level for what I can accomplish while still having that balance with, you know, my life outside of bodybuilding. So that's really where I was at with that. But you know, someday maybe. Anyway, look, let's look at another shot. Side tricep. This is one that was just very poorly executed by everybody except for Quint Beastwood, honestly. Sergey Danalov would be second in this shot. Hassan Mostafa, I mean, terrible, really. You know, he can't hit the pose. He's too big. He's just too big. I would give this shot to Quint Beastwood. No, I would definitely give this shot to Quint Beastwood. You guys let me know what you think. Looking at the poll, still, we have 427 votes. Quint Beastwood with 56%. Sergey Danalov, 26%. Hassan Mostafa with 15%. I think that Roberto Buonomo is being underestimated. I think he's being underestimated. He could be as high as second place here, honestly. Don't be surprised. More likely third. Probably third. Depends on what they want to reward. It depends on what the judges want to reward. We'll see. Freedom Fighter 17 says, wow, that sounds interesting. Diving must be really special. A whole new world underwater. Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah. EP, out of all the bodybuilding analysts and influencers you know, which one would have the greatest potential to be a diver? Wow. Wow. Interesting question. Thank you for that. Who would have the greatest potential to be a diver? Well, when it comes to commercial diving, there is a number of things to consider. Physically, who would have the greatest potential? Oh, man. Put me on the spot, Loho. Put me on the spot, brother. That's a really good question. It's a really good question. It's a tough job, man. It's a tough job. You got to be willing to travel. You've got to be, I mean, to spend 3 hours underwater with over 100 pounds worth of gear on you. I mean, ooh. I don't know. Sam Sulik? Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Sam. I don't feel like Sam would be comfortable underwater. I feel like he wouldn't be comfortable. I don't know. None of them are really... I'm trying to think of any influencers that are really adventurous, you know? Man, I'm really not sure. I'll have to think about that and get back to you. Someone I'm not thinking of for sure. But again, so these were when they finally did switch the camera angles, we had that straight on shot again. You could see the difference in conditioning for these guys a little bit more, I think. Look at the hardness in the upper body for Sergey Danalov, you know? Like straight hardness in that upper body. Really good. I think that if, you know what? I think if Fouad Abiad wanted to be a diver, you know, before his accident, I think he probably would have been pretty good. Seth Feroce. Maybe Seth Feroce. Yeah. You know, Seth is kind of a, I think he would say a self-proclaimed crazy-ass motherfucker. Not to sugarcoat it. Yeah, probably Seth. That's who kind of comes to mind now. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let's go through a couple of these not panned up shots again. I want to see the straight on ones. Yeah, here we go. Okay, the final routine is coming up, you guys. So we will be getting to the men's open here very, very soon. We will have the finals, and we'll see who ends up being the winner. My money's still on Quint Beastwood. Richie says, shoot me a message if you want to bring the family for a trip to Porto Vallarta sometime. We can hook you up, and lots of good diving operations here too. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think the next place that I'm planning on going for a trip and diving is the Arctic. I got asked about doing a project just this week, actually, 2 days ago. Love going to the Arctic, man. Super cool. First question's always if the camp has a gym. Big M Bomb says diving is hardcore. Used to work with some of those guys on search and rescue. Interagency hotshot. Yeah, yeah, okay, right on, yeah. We were wowed by the intensity those dudes worked with. Yeah, it's an intense career, man. You know, it's an intense career. I look for things when it comes to higher end divers. You know, there's certain things I really look for, and usually I'm pretty good to judge. You got to have a little bit of crazy with a little bit of professionalism. Those are the best divers. Okay, they are through the individual routines for the classic. They're bringing everybody back out, and I believe they are doing the awards. Yes, they are going through the awards now. Lee Priest might be a good diver. He has the crazy mind and body control. I never really talked to Lee about that. I don't know. A lot of people say they wouldn't fucking do it. Dave Palumbo said he wouldn't do it. Dave said never. I don't think Bob Chick would do it. Fourth place is Muhammad Ali in Classic. Muhammad Ali taking fourth place in Classic Physique. Just to show you guys, maybe for fun. We don't have much time left till the men's open. Emmanuel Ricotier taking 3rd place in the classic physique division. Andrea Mamoli taking 1st place. Well, there you go, you guys. That is classic physique. Not a lot of big names in this lineup for classic. Yeah, just for fun. Look, that's one of the things that I've done. Like this was a welding job that I did in diving. We were welding anodes onto some wharf piles. So just for fun. That's all. That's something that I've done fairly recently. But that's the kit that we wear. It's about 100 pounds worth of gear. And it's roughly about 100 pounds. It's a diver that I hired. It doesn't work for me anymore with the other guy. So yeah. Anyway, back to bodybuilding. Dave is a chicken? Yeah, I don't know. I thought of Dave when the question came up. Yeah, nah, Dave wouldn't do it. No, I don't think so. All right, they're going to do a quick pose down for the classic physique division. Funny, they're doing a pose down after they got the rewards. The guys are actually wearing their medals while they're doing a pose down. That's a little bit different. You know, that's a bit different. I feel like a lot of these guys just want to get off stage, to be honest with you. Like, that's probably enough. These guys are... Yeah, the announcer keeps saying we're not done. I feel like these guys are kind of done. I feel like they're kind of done. Really like Classic. I'm really looking forward to it at the Olympia. And I think that, yeah, see, these guys are just starting to wave their hands like these guys are done. Yeah, that's it. They're ready to dissipate. Let's see. Back to a couple of shots anyway. They kind of made a mess of this show when it comes to like they gave out the awards, then they made everybody do a pose down, and now they're trying to call the top 5 back out on stage in order to you know, do the promo shots for the winners of the division. You know, they can't go without that. I mean, I get it, but like these, they definitely messed up the order of this. Yeah, now they have to get the first place winner, of course. A little bit of a mess in France, but look, you guys, this is the Two Bros show. Yeah, they got to get the they really did this in the improper order. But we are only minutes away from the men's open, you guys. Minutes away. Gary D, how about Sam Sulik? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Sam might be good. I don't know. Let me know if there's any shots that you guys want to see. I'm going to check out the poll results here in a couple of minutes. We are coming to the finals. We're just seconds away. Seconds away. Let's see. And really good shot for these guys when it comes to that side chest. And this was where they had, like I said, Roberto Bonomo and Hassan Mostafa right in the middle, right? So they let these guys move around. That's a common thing when it comes to shows. A lot of competitors walk away, and fans of the show, they usually say, you know, I wasn't able to stand next to the competitor that I wanted to be compared to. That's one thing that Lewis Breed wanted when it came to the Europa, although I think he got it. All right, moving on to the confirmation round of the men's open, ladies and gentlemen. They're bringing them out. All right, we are going for it. Men's open. We are there. So, who are they going to bring out first? Who's going to get another chance? Let's see. I've rappelled into fires from a GD helicopter and felt a lot safer than some of those diving feats. That's hardcore, man. That's hardcore. All right, they got the top 10 on stage of the men's open. Let's see it. Okay, they're bringing out. Okay, it looks like they're taking out the guys for the second call out first. You do have. Okay, so they're bringing out 5th to 10th. So you've got Stephane Matala, Tim Budesheim, James Hollingshead in this call out, Dominic Voivod. So it looks like Stephane is not going to get his chance, although he's getting a big crowd reaction. Looks like Stephane will not get his chance to work his way into that top 4. I would say that he does have the best shape in the lineup for that front double. You know, when it comes to the, I'd say when it comes to this 5th to 10th place. Back double, 6 guys on stage is too much. The stage isn't big enough for that. A lot of these guys are bunching into each other, unfortunately. But Stephane Matala holding up better than I thought he would from a size standpoint. I will say that. He is holding up better than I thought. Hopefully he doesn't start sweating on stage again. Don't know if he will or not. Abs and thigh. Yeah, Stephane goes from an abs and thigh into a one hand on hip most muscular, and I don't think the judges appreciate that. They're now doing a front lat spread. They're doing things backwards in this show, man. This announcer is missing things. No Bob Ciccarello, I'll tell you that. All right, that's the round. Bring up a shot for you guys on that. All right, they're bringing out the top 4. All right, let's see it. Top 4, Quint Beastwood, Roberto Buonomo. We've got Sergey Danalov, and we have Hassan Mostafa. Hopefully they zoom in on these guys a bit more. They've got the... There we go. Okay, front lat spread. Quint Beastwood in the center. We've got from left to right, we've got Roberto Buonomo, Quint Beastwood, Sergey Danalov, and Hassan Mostafa. Now that they stop moving around the camera, we can get some decent shots. Good music at this show, I will say that. Back double. Yeah, you know, Sergey, I think, is better. I think Sergey, if it's even possible in that short amount of time to tighten up a bit, I think maybe he did. Hassan first one in the shot for the back lat spread. Hassan wasting no time. Yeah, Sergey, I think, might pull off second place here. You know, my eyes are drawn to Sergey. Roberto Bonomo hitting that front try. It's not allowed. All right, let's see it. They should standardize a most muscular. Pick one. Okay, so that is extremely backwards the way that they're doing this. I don't know why. After they finish the confirmation round, they're now going into the pose down. This is honestly nothing short of a complete and total mess of how a standard bodybuilding show goes. Don't know why they're doing it this way, but this is the way they're doing it. This is your first call out. They did one round for confirmation, and I don't know if they're just going to give out awards next or let these guys do their individuals, but a little bit backwards. It's pandemonium is right. Let's see. Really weird way that they're doing this. Front last spread I'd give to Sergey. Well, according to Mark's Max Muscle, he thinks hopefully it's going to be Quinton for the win. Not really sure about Hassan. Okay. Let's see. Side chest. And this is it, you guys. I think a lot of people disappointed in Hassan Mostafa, or in not just Hassan, but Stephane Matala especially. A lot of people disappointed, I feel. What a mess. Stephane is frying on stage. He's lucky it's over, or he would have got top last. Yeah, he needs time. He definitely needs time. Pretty unfortunate. But yeah, this show's a complete and total mess. I am going to have some words when it comes to how this show was run, I think, on the Bodybuilding Breakdown. You guys, we should be holding these shows to a typical standard. These competitors expect a certain standard when it comes to start to finish being on stage. I mean, like I said, Classic was a complete and total mess, honestly. They gave out the awards, and then they did the individual routines. They brought everybody out in order to do the awards. Then they made the top 10 pose down, and they had 5 guys with their medals on posing down. Then they kept the 5 out there, the top 5, to get the promo pictures for the show, right? And then they made the first place guy stay to get his pictures. I mean, there's a standard way of doing this that's pretty well known at this point. No, it's pretty well known at this point how things are done. You do your individuals, you do your confirmation, you give out the awards, the top 5 does their pictures, the first guy gets his picture, and he gets an interview potentially, and then everybody's gone. This was a mess. Nothing short of a mess. Competitors should not be expected to be subject to... how do I say this? Competitors should not be subject to such... the word I'm looking for... miscalculations in terms of scheduling. Like the announcer is all over the place. Kind of pathetic. So now the announcer is sending everyone backstage. James Hollingshead is posing his ass off. James doesn't want to stop. James don't give a shit, man. That's awesome. Like nobody cares what the announcer's saying, honestly. She was like, everybody backstage, and there's Quint Beastwood, Roberto, Sergey, and James. They're still just posing their asses off, man. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Well, you know what? It serves them right. Serves them right. This is a mess. I am going to have some words on the bodybuilding breakdown for this one. Let me tell you. Your comment got deleted. No, I didn't delete any comments. Do you think Louis Breed would have finally got his Olympia qualification? Yeah, I do. Lopsing for Congress. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? All right, they're going through the individuals now, you guys. So we've got about 10 minutes until this wraps up. Maybe 15, and then we will see who will be the winner of the 2025 Tsunami France Pro. An absolute mess of a show. But look, aside from that, I think that this show it had potential to be, a good lineup. The losing Louis Breed really sucked, honestly. Like, that's too bad. Regan Grimes, I think, would have made this show a little bit more exciting as well. And I'm surprised that more guys from the Olympia didn't want to jump into this one. Get their 2026 qualification. Nobody wanted to get an early qualification that's going to the Olympia. I mean, none of these guys in the lineup are in the 2025 Olympia. Typically, you'd have someone. Not this time. James is like, fuck you, check out my body. Yeah, you know what? I think what James did is epic, man. I think that's awesome. All right, they are going through the individual routines now, you guys. We'll see about getting a couple shots for you. Tim Budesheim is next for his individual routine. I'll get you guys a couple of shots of Tim Budesheim. See what kind of routine he comes up with. Oh, he's got his own posing music in particular. Cool. Like a custom song. Okay. Put some work into his routine. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I think that's something that's becoming a little bit more common in bodybuilding is guys wanting to, put some time into the routines. I do like that. I don't think it's necessarily a lost art these days, but I do think that it's less common. Not that Tim's is anything fantastic, but I mean, he is putting some effort into it, and I like that. I like that. Quint Beastwood, I'm sure, will have an entertaining routine. He typically does. Yeah, look, I think Tim's not bad. Bring up a shot of Tim here. Give me a second. Get this worked out. You know, not bad. Not bad. I think Tim actually got better. Oh, what happened? Oh, I mean, Classic was a mess. Classic was an absolute mess. Aside from Classic, they brought everybody out for, like in the men's open, they took everybody out, they did the confirmation round, then they did the pose down, and now they're doing the individual routines. And James didn't want to leave the stage. Like, the announcer was like, okay, everybody off the stage, and James just kept posing. Him and Quint Beastwood kept posing. Sergey Danalov. She was just like, you're coming right back out. And they were like, we don't give a shit. Like, we're gonna keep posing. It was really good, actually. Okay, Roberto Buonomo. He is a contender for top 3 here, you guys. And I think that after this show, he will be able to say that he made a little bit of a name for himself, I think. Conditioning is good. You know, he's got the hardness, he's got the graininess. You can see he's got decent separation in the glutes. I think that he could use a little bit more, you know, tighten up from the back a little bit more dug out in the hamstrings, a little bit more back detail. But overall, I think this is a decent showing for him. He does have some good shots. His most muscular is actually good. I was surprised at that. Did you guys know the shot of Tim? Like I said, I think Tim did get better as this show went on. I think he did. Won't be good enough for, I don't think, in the top 5 this show, but you know, did he continue to get better? Yeah, I think in this show that he did. Yeah, I think so. He'll probably be somewhere around 6th. The announcer looked good. Yeah, I mean, look, she's screwing up the show, man. Okay, Sergey Danalov coming out now. Okay, here he is. Sergey Danalov, ladies and gentlemen. See what his individual looks like. This guy is really good. Ooh, man, that side chest is just deadly. Definitely someone to watch out for in the 2026 season. You know, this guy puts on another few pounds. He could be dangerous. Yeah, needs more detail overall, but he could be a dangerous competitor. Really good from the back, really good back lat spread. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's good. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, Dragon Kuss says I almost have him ahead of Quinton, and I think a lot of people do, honestly. Look at that side chest. Okay, Quint Beastwood taking the stage. I would say presumably your winner being Quint Beastwood. I don't think anybody's disputing that, but also nobody disputing the fact that Quint Beastwood does look tired. It's been a very long season for him, and nobody disputing the fact that he still has some work to do as well, because he most certainly does. But for his 5th show of the season, I think that he's gained a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge that he can take and consider what his strategy will be for the 2026 season. You know, does he want to do this many shows again? Will the stars align where it makes sense for him to do this many shows again? I don't know if they will. I think that Quint Beastwood taking the time and doing some later season shows, you know, Q3, Q4, maybe if this was like his 2nd show of the season and then he was to go into the Olympia with that extra size, I think that could serve him well. You know, I think that could serve him well, but for what we're seeing here, you know, not a bad version necessarily of Quint Beastwood, but I don't think that we've had even the opportunity to see the best version of Quint Beastwood yet, because he still is just too small. He needs more arms and he needs more legs. You know, the shape is there, but he does. He just needs more, and this season definitely solidifies that. You know, he's a big guy. He has a lot of frame that he needs to fill out, and if he can do that, now let's not kid ourselves. If he can do that, he's a very, very dangerous bodybuilder. You know, very dangerous. What do you have? 2 second place finishes this year, I think. I mean, it's been a great season for him. James Hollingshead taking the stage next to you guys. See how James looks in his individual. The more I look at him, the more I'm impressed. Yeah, Danalov, I agree. I feel like James looks pretty good on his own, but he's definitely downsized, which I don't understand why James has downsized. Like he should be, like he's always been so big. When guys come in smaller, but the conditioning especially is not like, okay, a guy like James, it's not like he was lacking size, but he still would have benefited from having more size. So for him to come in smaller, it's not like a Samson Dowda thing, you know. He still had more size that he could put on that would have been of a benefit to him, you know, especially through the upper body, arms, width in the back. He's good in the back, but abs, of course, we all know when it comes to the abs for James. But yeah, top of the second call out, maybe 5th, maybe 6th. I don't know if he'll be ahead of Stephane Matala. We'll see if he ends up making the top 5. If he does, it'll be 5th. But he does love to compete. You know, James just does love the sport of bodybuilding. You know, James does love the sport. No question there. But we do need to see some improvement from James. Yeah, I've been getting some messages, and most people agree that they just don't see it going to anybody but Quint Beastwood, really. And I agree with that. I don't think that it's going to go to anybody else either. I think this is going to go to Quint Beastwood. Belgian competitor Thibaut Leger next. So again, continuing through. So what is it? After today's show, I'm a huge James fan. San Off asks, what is the top 5? Well, looking at the results of the poll, another 566 votes. Quint Beastwood firmly in first place with 53% of the vote. We've got Sergey Danalov with 29%. Hassan Mostafa taking 15% of the vote, and third place, Roberto Buonomo. And you guys, don't be surprised if Roberto ends up ahead of Hassan. I don't think it'll happen, but it depends on what the judges want to award. So we'll see. For fifth place, it's either going to be James Hollingshead or it will be Stephane Matala. And they have Stephane Matala taking the stage now. So we're a little bit more than halfway through these individual routines, and then we will have the awards right after that. Stephane doing a great job really getting the they're waiting on Stephane's music. Stephane was about to leave the stage and not do his routine. The announcer asking for Stephane to, do a most muscular for her. So we faced the announcer and did a most muscular. Further confirming that this has been a bit of a mess. I don't know if Stephane had music picked out. I'm assuming that he did because he did have... he is a pretty artistic poser. So something happened with his music. I'm not sure exactly what. But if there's one thing that I think he can rebound on, it is being able to freestyle. I don't think anybody would take away the fact that he is a very artistic poser. But aside from that, he does need to put on some more size. He definitely fell down in that department here. The question was whether or not he would have the size to hang with these guys, and now we know that the question is answered. Does not have the size to stand with these guys. Conditioning-wise, I think he was okay. Even if he was bigger, would it be good enough to win the show? I'm not sure. But definitely a crowd favorite here. 100% a crowd favorite. Hassan Mostafa now taking the stage. Someone that we were hoping would show up with that conditioning factor, but not something that we ended up seeing here, unfortunately, at this show. Hassan has all the muscle in the world and has actually put on even more. A little bit of a delay when it comes to Hassan's music as well. I doubt highly that both Stephane Matala and Hassan Mostafa both picked a Guns N' Roses song to pose to, but that's what they were given. Highly doubt it. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I doubt it. Again, if Hassan was just to bring that conditioning, I mean, he'd be in contention to win. If he was more conditioned, the midsection would be more dialed in, and he would be in contention to win this show. But we just haven't seen it. To be up 20 pounds from last season, I mean, it's like I said before, he did not need to be up 20 pounds at all. He needed to be down 20 pounds. He said he was going to wait until he was ready to compete, and he did not wait long enough. Final routine coming up. Last routine goes to Dominik Voivod. As for where Hassan Mostafa will place in this lineup, hard to say. B-Say, hi guys, I just joined. At what stage the tournament is now? We are right at the end. They will be giving out the awards in a matter of minutes. Unless something else happens in terms of the announcer further making some sort of a mistake, I don't know. But yeah. I don't know. Freedom Fighter asking how much pounds of quality muscle can an Olympia bodybuilder gain in 1 year? I always think of Urs, who was at 119 kilograms at 27 years. Will we see him with 150? I mean, 150 from 119? That's getting on to 60 pounds. Over 60 pounds. That's like close. That's over 70 pounds, if my math is correct. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think he needs to go to that. You know, in terms of kilograms, if he was 119 on stage, then 130, I think, would be fine. You know, he'll end up blowing out his midsection. What we're seeing with Hassan. Okay. They are about to bring out everybody for the final awards. It will be momentarily that we will find out where the top 5 finish for the 2025 Tsunami France Pro. All right, they're bringing everybody out. Here we go. Top 10 are coming out. Last chance, you guys. Last chance. Last chance to let me know who you guys have in your top 4. I think that everybody has a pretty good understanding of where it's going to be at this point, but let me know. How can Urs develop in the next 10 years without gaining weight? Oh, he's... Urs is going to gain weight. Just I don't think he needs, 30 kilograms. 15 would be a lot, a lot. We'll just see. We'll see as he progresses, Let him gain 10 kilograms and see how he looks. T Shadows asks, who do I got winning? Quint Beastwood. I think Quint Beastwood is taking home the win. Yeah, I think Quint Beastwood has taken home the win. Hassan's girlfriend came into his defense saying that it's not his fault, that he can't stop gaining muscle. Start dieting hard, drop the GH. I doubt he would keep growing. Yeah, I don't think it's like, look, you're only going to gain muscle as long as you're in a, caloric surplus. Stephane Matala taking 5th place. 5th place for Stephane Matala, ladies and gentlemen. So placing ahead of James Hollingshead. 4th place, Hassan Mostafa. Hassan Mostafa taking 4th place. Number 3, my guess is Roberto. I'd say Roberto Brnomo. Yep. Roberto Brnomo taking 3rd place. My guess is it will be Sergey taking 2nd. And I would say that we will have Quint Beastwood taking his win. What? Second place, Quint Beastwood. What just happened? Sergey Danalov takes home the win. No way. No way. Sergey Danalov defeats Quint Beastwood at the 2025 Tsunami France Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the biggest upsets of the entire 2025 season, without question. I cannot believe that Sergey Danalov just defeated Quint Beastwood. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I firmly had Quint Beastwood in first place. I mean firmly had him in first place. He has got to be absolutely infuriated right now. He has to be pissed. Sergey Danalov qualifies for the 2026 Mr. Olympia competition. I am in complete and total shock. And I mean in shock. Unbelievable. The bodybuilding world is going to explode over this decision. And I mean explode. Wow. I'm going to have to go back and look at this as well. I just can't. I am shocked, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, absolutely shocked. Sergey Danalov taking home the win. I'm shocked. Look, it's just Stephane cut himself out of the photo. I don't know. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sergey Danalov taking home the win at the 2025 Tsunami France Pro. The bodybuilding world is going to explode. Regardless of how you feel about the placing, nobody saw that happen. I think very few are going to. Oh. Wow. Wow. Is my phone exploding yet? What just happened? Okay. We seriously had, like, we're going to have to go back and look at this from shot to shot. I mean, he must have just been better shot for shot. That's all there is to it. He definitely had more conditioning. You know, definitely. Freedom fighter, I'm not happy, poor Quentin. Yeah, I feel bad for him. Sacre bleu. Yeah, honestly. I feel bad for Quentin, but I agree 100%. This guy looks crazy. Yeah, I mean, wow. He was better, but this show was arguably probably the weakest this year. Look, it was not a strong lineup. I have no problem saying it. I don't think anybody would disagree. I got to see what it, like... What, like, wow. I cannot imagine what Quint Beastwood is going to have to say. You know, my guess is that he's going to be very humble. He's going to be very thankful. But look, you guys, if I was Quint Beastwood, I'd be fucking livid right now. I would be so pissed, regardless of if I won or not. I would just, I would be upset. Yeah, Brian Lee, I saw your comment, even if you retracted it. Oh, man. Did not see that coming. I mean, Quint Beastwood does have better shape than Sergey. He didn't have better muscle density. He didn't have better conditioning. He didn't have better separation. So, I mean, look, and he does have more muscle. So that's what won him the show. He was the best overall physique, clearly in the eyes of the judges. So, look, congratulations. Congratulations. I feel bad for Quinton. I do. I feel really bad. But look, the best competitor won, I guess. I'm really gonna have to go back and look at this again. But when you just, like, without going through all of the individual poses, okay, when it comes to the criteria of bodybuilding, first off, muscle. Well, Sergey, okay, for sure. Conditioning, Sergey. Shape, Black Patron's back. You look at who won. You want to see who won, Black Patron? I'll show you who won. Yes, sir. Believe it or not, I want to hear your reaction. Anyway. Okay. Muscularity, Sergey. Conditioning, Sergey. Shape, arguably Quint Beastwood. Flow, arguably Quint Beastwood. So, I mean, yeah. Gonna have to check shot for shot. We're gonna have to check shot for shot, you guys. Very surprising, though. I mean, oh, wow. Xavier's accent was out of control with, no way, that's crazy. Yeah. Val's just spitting all over the place. Oh, man. I love Xavier. I do, man. Look, I'm from Eastern Canada, dude. So, I mean, look, we've got our own accent for sure. That is hilarious. I can't wait to talk to him now. Oh, man. Sergey Danalov is your 2025 Tsunami France Pro champion. He will be going to the 2026 Mr. Olympia, and Quint Beastwood will have to return to the stage after the Olympia to try and get his qualification yet again. 5 shows in a row, and he couldn't get his qualification. He's got some work to do. Quint Beastwood has some serious work to do. Although he did place very highly, this is what, his second place finish, I think, of the season? Or is it 4th? Guys, let me know if it's his 3rd or 4th. But regardless, look, just because you're right on the edge clearly doesn't mean that you deserve the win. Clearly. Brian Lee, sorry, just trying to reword it. I just don't think Quint has it right now. He lost to Jordan Urs, and now this. Yeah, Q is too gifted to not be winning. He just has more work to do. That's a perfect way to put it. He is too gifted to not be winning. He just has more work to do. Perfect way to put it. I love that. Quinton should have been shut down. His body is worn out, and every show he got worse. I don't know if every show he got worse, but I just don't think that he got substantially better, you know? And he can't, because it's muscle mass. It's muscle mass that he needs. You know, how's he going to get better? He can't do it. Unbelievable. But even still, I thought that the judges would reward his shape and the fact that he brought what I thought was enough conditioning. 4 second places, 1 third place. Thank you very much. It just wasn't enough. Yeah, look, I've never said that he could be Mr. Olympia. Dragon Kuss says, all the fanboys now, Quinton could be Mr. O. Sure. No. I have never said that he was going to be Mr. Olympia. I haven't seen that yet. I think that those things are thrown out too much. You know, like Urs Kalaczynski, he could be top 6 this year at the Olympia. The ridiculousness, honestly, ridiculous. There are so many people ahead of him. You can't throw those things out there like that. I simply will not. I refuse. I refuse. Let us have more respect for the coveted nature of the highest title in bodybuilding and those who make that first call out, okay? Urs Kalaczynski is great. He has the potential to make it. He's not there yet. Give him time. I don't care if he just won 2 shows. Look at who he was standing next to, okay? Doesn't matter. But looking at this show, congratulations to Sergey Danalov. Congratulations. 53% of the votes, 637 total, had Quint Beastwood winning. 29% had Sergey Danalov. Gentlemen, regardless, this is definitely an upset in bodybuilding, without a doubt. This is an upset. And we can't feel sorry for Q not winning. Again, Sass competed the same amount of times until he won. We have to remember, in the end, this is a competition, and may the best man win on that day. Clearly, the judges had Sergey Danalov as the best man on this day. And when you break it down, perhaps you can understand why. Perhaps so. I don't know why you're surprised of Quinton not winning. He looked his worst. Everybody in the bodybuilding world is going to be, not everybody, but look, the vast majority, 90%, I think, are going to be very surprised. I thought he did enough. I really thought he did enough. But he's got some work to do, no question. Thank you guys for joining me in this stream. I really appreciate everybody being here. This was actually a really fun stream. I really enjoyed this one. Brian, enjoy your content. Kenton been watching on here for a while and really enjoy seeing you crossing over on other channels. Thank you, I appreciate that. No, I'm happy to get the invite onto other channels as well. You know, I started this because I wanted to talk bodybuilding and to be able to talk it at the highest level, and with you guys. You know, I never planned on doing live streams when I first started this channel. To be able to talk with the fans of bodybuilding, the community here, one of the best parts for me, honestly. One of the best parts. I hope that hope you guys did enjoy the stream. I hope that everybody does like and subscribe. And I do. I appreciate everybody being here. Sergey Danalov, your winner of the 2025 Tsunami France Pro, taking home the win, the upset, one of the biggest upsets, there is no getting around it, of the 2025 season. Not saying that he didn't win. I accept his win, and I want to go on record and say that. I accept his win wholeheartedly and without question. I do. But we did not see it coming. We did not see that coming. I hear you, Dragon Kuss. I hear you. I hear you. And thank you again for being here. I appreciate it. Big upset. Very big upset. See what you guys have to say. Like and subscribe, everybody. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate all you guys being here, of course. I try to put my all into these streams for you guys, you know, and I did really enjoy it. I really did. Everybody feels bad for Quinton, but he clearly doesn't do enough. No, he hasn't done enough. You know, he still has more work to do. He has more work to do without question. Hopefully Samson Dowda can push him to new levels, which I think he might be able to. No, I think he might. The Buzz 12 says everyone was crowning Quinton way before he was and is ready. He is just too stringy. I don't get how people say Andrew looks stringy, but not Quinton. Andrew Jack is going to be another story. We'll see how Andrew Jack shows up on that Olympia stage. I don't know what that's going to look like. I really don't. This was so much fun. Thanks so much. Thank you, Dragon Koos. You were here the whole time, man. I appreciate the hell out of you. I really do. Shout out to Freedom Fighter 17 was here the whole... I know a lot of you guys were, but no, Black Patron. Big shout out to Black Patron as well. I know that he was here for quite some time. Yeah, Brian Lee, I appreciate you as well, brother. Freedom Fighter 17, thank you very much. The Big M-Bomb, I know you've been here for quite some while. KOC MOC, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. T Shadows, you've been here for quite a while as well. Thank you very much for showing up. Appreciate you, brother. Lopsing for Congress, I know you were here for a good period of time. Good friend of the channel. Loho, I know you've been here for quite a while as well. Good friend of the channel. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And of course, all you guys. Anybody that's been getting into the chat. Dwight Ferguson, thank you. Paul Bartlett, appreciate it. Gordy Petrov, I know you were here for quite some time. Thank you very much. And like I said, all of you guys, thank you very much for showing up. And I do appreciate each and every one of you without question. Like I said, when it comes to the Olympia, I am planning on going live for the Olympia at my home gym. If I can work out all the little technical details, and we're also working on a giveaway with BayouMuscles.com. Go to BayouMuscle.com, use code EP10 at checkout. Fantastic supplements, you guys. Trust me, you will not regret it. Made by a fan of bodybuilding for the fans of bodybuilding. Final thoughts. Final thoughts. I'll give you guys mine. Again, congratulations, Sergey Danalov. Deserved victory. I accept it. I don't disagree. I can see why the judges had him winning. I'll have to go and look at the comparisons again to really get a firm understanding shot for shot. But at face value, I get it. I do. Quint Beastwood has some work to do. No question. Can he do the work? Yes. Does he still have the potential to be an Olympian someday? Yes, he does. But is he there yet? No. No, he's not. Needs more size. Needs more arms. Needs more quad sweep. And I think he needs to consider doing less shows this season. Lessons learned by doing 5 shows this season. Without a doubt. No, he knows what he can do now. He knows how far he can push himself. And I think we all know that when it comes to multiple shows, 2 or 3, sure, 4 or 5, that's a tough one. Notably getting worse. Stephane Matala definitely needs more size. 5th place. Congratulations. Also, I think does have the potential to do well. James Hollingshead has to put that size back on, get that conditioning. Roberto Bonomo, great potential. Great potential. Yeah, Blue Wang, this was the results. But look, guys, I'm going to wrap this one up. Again, I appreciate all you guys being here. Stay tuned. I will have, I would say, some more words on this tomorrow. And again, thank you all you guys for being here in the stream. I will be going live for the Olympia. Make sure you like and subscribe right here on EP09 Bodybuilding. And stay tuned for a very big update before the Olympia. It is going to be hopefully something you guys really enjoy. I really hope so. But look, that's it for me in this one, you guys. Thank you again. I will see you guys in the next one.